viewers, welcome back to a brand new DSP video. I'm just gonna say this right off the bat. This may be a long video. It was really almost the entire podcast was full of shit that I kind of want to react to and respond to. So we're gonna be watching that. I'm just gonna say if this video ends up being 4 hours long, I may just stop and then like do a second part maybe, because man, I may have a lot to say. About this fucking video. I tell you what. Anyways, let's get started. Enough with the preamble. Let's fucking go.
What a name.
Wait, hold on. Actually, I want to see one thing. Let's go to DSP Gaming. I want to see what he called this podcast. Let's see. It's back? What happened yesterday? It's back? Oh, I guess he means like the podcast is back. But that's such a weird thing to call it. It's back. Okay. I like that this dumbass clip is still like the featured video, and it's not even like a camera he uses anymore. Like it's not the same, right? Whatever. Okay. Well, I saw what I wanted to see. Let's go back to this.
Name. He says, I thought that you were maybe being paranoid about haters, but after finding out what's happened to a Japanese streamer.
I saw this on Twitter yesterday, and I was like, oh yeah, he's definitely gonna bring this up in one way or another. And man, like, I was really confused where this was gonna go, because you'd think, okay, normally the reaction would be, oh, that's fucked up. I mean, I feel sorry for the streamer that died. I mean, this person was streaming, whatever, and this person just came and murdered her. Like, that's fucked up. So I mean that, you think that's where it's gonna be, right? Well, guess what?
Was an IRL streamer. Some hater of hers took her life yesterday. Wow. Having seen that, I see why you're paranoid about your biggest haters. Well, you have to understand something, okay? We are currently in what I would consider the formative phase of internet content creation.
How are we in the formative phase? Online content creation has been around for so long. And, like, this isn't necessarily new that some guy would find, like, someone and murder them for, like, petty reasons. Because at least from what I'm to understand, some people say, though, he lent her money. But I've also seen people say that this person was, like, stalking her, being, a creep to her, and she blocked him because, obviously. And then this person, like, couldn't handle that and then murder her. That's at least, like, one side I heard about it. But regardless, it's still murder, and it's still wrong. But that has happened, regardless of, like, whatever. I mean, it happened to. It happened to many people. Like, it probably happens a lot in like the sex work industry, the hostess clubs in Japan, probably. Whatever. I mean, murder is murder, and people do fucked up things. I mean, shit happens, right? Like, I don't think, oh, this is a thing that never happened before and it's happening now. Like, this would have happened probably, it may not have happened to this girl, like, necessarily. It could happen to anyone. But it's not, has nothing to do with the online creation being in the formative years. It's not in the formative years. Like, come on.
We are at a very early stage. Okay, I've only been doing this for 14 years as a job. Okay?
I mean, like, again, there's been Hollywood actors, actresses, whatever, that deals with stalkers and all this other stuff. Like, this has happened to many people in the past. Like, before this, it would naturally be assumed that anyone who streams and gets popular enough, like, this may happen to them. Like, this is a thing. I mean, it's fucked up, sure, but it's like, this is a thing that, like, I think it's just I'm mostly criticizing the framing of this, where he's acting as if this is a new phenomenon. Like this has never happened before, guys. Like,
and made a full-time living doing it. So you could argue that maybe you could have done content creation as a job for around 15 years at this point. That's like it. I mean, that's super early. Do you understand? Super early. What's happening is the content creation is rocketing past levels of control, sanity, and safety. That's what I'm looking for. The word safety.
but there's no, but there's no true safety because again, if people are gonna commit a crime like murder, rape, or whatever, they're gonna find ways to do it. Like that's kind of like the fucked up aspect of all of it all, right? Like it's okay.
Sadly,
Sadly.
all right, we are in a situation where there is really no one monitoring content, behavior.
See, this is what I mean. Why? Like, this is what was weird. You get this story about someone getting murdered, and DSP is talking about monitoring content. Like, it's not the content that got her killed. It's that this guy, like, took someone's life. He murdered her. Like, that's what happened. I mean, like, come on.
Behavior, social interactions, and all of this stuff on the internet. No one.
See this part. I watched this, and it really came off to me as he wanted to blame the streamer. He wanted to blame the person so bad, but he knew he can't necessarily say that since it's a new story. It's a fresh story, and he doesn't want to be like placed under like a spotlight saying the streamer blames the victim for being murdered or whatever. But it's like, if that's not what he's saying, then why say this?
There is really no one monitoring content, behavior, social interactions, and all of this stuff on the internet.
Like social interactions. Stalkers and creeps, murderers, rapists, whatever, all these bad, negative, awful traits have persisted long before streaming was a concept. It has nothing to do with this woman doing a stream, and then if the other person on the other end misconstrues a relationship that they have with the streamer, that's not the streamer's fault. It just isn't. That person should understand, okay, this person's streaming and I don't know this person, whatever. It's the negative aspect of a parasocial relationship. And a lot of people have been saying this against DSP, basically, about how he forms parasocial relationships with his audience. This is like the natural conclusion when it goes to its conclusion, basically. Technically, yeah, it's not DSP's fault that he has people who misconstrue their relationship and give him a lot of money and feel that they're best friends with him. It's not DSP's fault that happens. It's the person that is interpreting that or inferring that from their interaction. That's on them, not DSP. But that also doesn't mean necessarily that DSP is in the clear either. But it's one thing to say, like, okay, this is kind of like misleading content, or it's enabling bad social behavior, whatever. Like, and sure, you could argue that's what DSP is saying, but I don't know. I guess it's just the way he's saying it, and it's DSP that's getting me to disagree with him on this.
No one. And people are.
But I guess what it is, it's the level of responsibility. Like, a lot of people accuse a lot of female streamers, like DSP does all the time, that these people are trying to trick you into a relationship, which is like, how do you know that's the case? How do you know that's true? Like, a lot of people have been accusing people of doing that, even if that's not the case. DSP has been doing that intentionally, I guess. More so than like the average woman streamer, because this dude says, "Hi, my friends. Oh yeah, we have a relationship. We're reciprocal. We're this." Like, he says a lot of weird shit that comes off as parasocial creepiness. Like, this dude literally said, "I love you guys." Now, when you look at like offhanded comments about a lot of women streamers, a lot of people infer they're doing this to trick you into thinking that they're in a relationship and they milk your money, and that's like, you know, sure, that might be the case for some of them, but a lot of people have been throwing that generally at a woman with a camera, basically. Like, oh, they're doing this for this reason and this and that. Like, it's just kind of like, you know, you're inferring a lot out of just them doing a typical stream. I don't know what kind of streams this woman that died did, so I don't know necessarily what her body of content is, but I'm not going to assume that she was going on stream saying, "Hi guys, I love you. We're going to go on a hot date tonight." Like, I don't think she was doing that. That's why it's like, yeah, I'm not going to like necessarily blame her for getting murdered or anything like that, because, you know, a lot of people can hop on a stream and then misconstrue the interaction that they had with the streamer. Like, I can talk to a streamer, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm best friends with the person at all or anything. Like, you can't form friendships like that necessarily. Like, it's like with everything, it's a fine line with everything. I hope that makes sense. I feel like I'm like, I said my point. I'm just kind of like reiterating it and beating around the bush. So I apologize if I'm being redundant here.
People are constantly pushing the boundaries, constantly doing things that you would consider more risque. Is this acceptable? Is this not acceptable?
See,
right?
this is what I don't understand. What is he talking about? They're pushing the boundaries. The news story was that this streamer that was just streaming IRL doing whatever got stabbed by someone else. He's acting as if like she told that guy, "Yeah, I'm gonna stream. You come and stab me, and that's gonna get us clicks." Like, he's acting as if it was a stunt that went wrong. It's such a weird statement. Like, why like, it's so weird that he's responding to this in this kind of way, and it really does come off that he really did want to blame the streamer. Because the other thing that is a funny thing in this case, that this was a thing that happened in Japan. You watch DSP talk about Japan or Japanese culture or anything, you're gonna get it's the most xenophobic fucking shit you'll ever hear. So they go to a soap plant, and then they think that they're dating, and then like they buy. I don't understand it when it's like really not that deep, and it's just they go there just to like shoot the shit and talk and all this other stuff. Like on paper, it should be it's understood probably by most of the people that go there that there's nothing meaningful that's gonna come out of it. They're just doing there because they want to drink, they want to have a good time, and this and that. That's all it is, and that's all they're doing it for. But DSP acts as if these people go there and they are expecting that they're gonna get married, and it's like that's not why they're going there. It's really weird. But again, that's like, I feel the prejudice that DSP is operating on when he's talking about this. That's why he doesn't want to necessarily like say that it's unfortunate, but he's also getting like dancing around the idea of blaming the streamer for getting murdered. It's really weird.
What's entertainment and what's not? At what point has it gone too far? And I feel like at this point, we do have people who are constantly pushing those boundaries. And some people are wise enough to say, okay, I get it.
Right?
It's content on the internet. It's just meant to be silly fun. It's not meant to be taken seriously. This is not.
Dude, this is like really acting as if like someone is watching TV. You know, a kid may watch a cartoon and they see that like a cartoon character jumped off the building, then bounced all the way up back on top, and then they're thinking, I could do that. Yeah, I'm gonna go on top of a building and jump off, and I'll bounce right back if I like, you know, blow myself. I don't know, like, you know how in cartoons the character like puts their thumb in their mouth and they blow themselves up like a balloon. he acts as if like a kid's, as if someone's like watching that and thinking that they're gonna do that, but in regards to streamers, and it's like, what are you talking about? Like, he's acting as if the person who murdered her thought that she was like a cartoon character and she was not gonna die, but it's like he stabbed her, and I don't think that he knew that he didn't know it was reality. Well, like, it was clearly that it was fueled by rage, hate, whatever that got him to do that. It has nothing to do with like not knowing what's real and what isn't. It's just something that was going on in his head that was like fucked up. I mean, I guess in sense of reality is like the reality of their relationship, but it's like the way he's describing it is so weird. It's so weird, and it's like, why talk like this when you could just simply say it's awful what happened, and that is too far what that person did, and like that person should not have done that. It's terrible. Like, that's all he had to say.
You know,
And then he gets into the thing he says all the time. There's a lot of fucked up people out there. It is so funny when it comes to him. Yeah, man, people want to kill me. People want to do it. It's fucked up. When someone else gets murdered by a hater or whatever, well, we gotta be careful, guys. People don't know what reality is. Streaming is brand new. It's in its infancy, guys.
a complete serious matter. There might be some facts here or there, like we say, a nugget of truth that in there at some point.
What is the negative truth? See, this part mostly is why I'm kind of covering this part of the podcast, because the story is a person murdered someone. What nugget of truth is there? Like, this sounds really bad in the sense that he kind of makes it sound as if that there's a slight chance it might be a good thing that she got murdered, which is like, oh, because why else? Why the fuck else would anyone say in a story about someone getting murdered there's a nugget of truth? What?
Obviously, this is not, a complete serious matter. There might be some facts here or there, like we silly fun. It's not meant to be taken seriously. This is not, a complete serious matter. There might be some facts here or there, like we say, a nugget of truth that in there at some point ties in, but you gotta at some point understand it's being made for the internet so you can digest it, entertain it. It's kind of like reality TV.
That's what he means. See, this is the other thing I kind of like hate about DSP when he talks. He very seamlessly like transitions into other like points, but it's not very clear, so it kind of melts together. Like it's like a run-on sentence, basically. Like, he's putting too many subjects in one sentence. Because he's talking about like the idea of like you're watching a stream and you should understand, like, yeah, you may see the real person talking, but it's played up. It's delivered in such a weird way. I've never seen anyone describe that as it's a nugget of truth. There's some facts there. Because the most I've heard is like, yeah, when I'm streaming, like, yeah, you're seeing like my opinion, I may play up some stuff, I may over exaggerate or whatever, like that. But not like, well, as you may know, there may be nugget of truth, as they say, and then like it's so weird.
Where it's sometimes real, but a lot of it's scripted. You know what I'm saying? And as long as you are enjoying it and everyone gets that it's a product, then it's fine. There are some people out there that don't understand there's a product here.
But like I said, it's a product. Like, streaming is not a literal product, to be honest. It's just streaming, and you're doing whatever. I kind of see. This is like the thing that is weird about this. Like, a person died, and he's talking about products, and like streaming is a product, and this and that. When he could just say, like, look, it's wrong. This person is just streaming, like, hey, I'm going to the store, and you're just like doing whatever. That doesn't necessarily mean it's anything like meaningful or a product being had there. It's just hey, I'm bored, doing this. Why not just stream it? And like, because like, you look at people who do art, who stream editing videos. These are mundane tasks that some people may decide, hey, I'm gonna stream this because it may be more like fun to just like do this and then talk to people online and see people in chat, like shooting the shit, whatever. That's all it is. It's nothing like more than that. And that's what's kind of fucked about this person who murdered her. Is that like this person was just doing an IRL stream, just like shooting the shit, and this person just came by on their own to murder her. Like, this is just weird,
right? They don't. They actually
right?
legit think that like some of this stuff is real, or it's all real, and then they just they get wrapped up in it, and they become part of this vortex of crap on the internet, and it's all day every day, and it becomes insane obsession, insane amounts of involvement, right? And
Invalid.
that's where I get scared because, as you know, all I do is sit in this chair, turn
And
on
now
my
he makes it
stream,
out
talk with
himself,
you
of
guys,
course.
make content, play games, and ask for support in response. That's it.
In
I'm not
response,
sitting here blowing the world up. I'm not doing insane.
was that woman who got murdered? Was she blowing the world up? Was she doing anything dangerous, or was he just shooting the shit or whatever? Again, I don't know what she does on her streams, but like I'm not gonna make assumptions that she was doing some like awful thing. Like come on now, dog.
Insanely controversial content. I'm not saying things that are harmful. I'm not, leading a
But
cult.
the thing is, it's not that like the reason why a lot of people like feel whatever about other people is just how they carry themselves and how they talk and all this stuff. DSP keeps saying that I love you guys, we have meaningful reciprocal relationships and this and that, which gives a mixed message to the audience. That's like, so are we his friends because he says I love you guys, hello my friends, and this and that? Are we not friends? Like, there are people who have given him money because they were lonely. That's what Iron Cuck Sakai was doing. He felt lonely and gave money to DSP because he felt that he had a community there. And everyone obviously wants to be part of a community and this and that, but there's always a line to realize like, hey, you're doing stuff online again. Like it's just human nature that some people may grow trusting of other people, but they don't know truly. There's a lot of like nuance to this, and it goes a little bit beyond. It's just more of just common sense sometimes that you have to like carry yourself on when you're doing stuff online. Like, you gotta understand that aspect, which I feel a lot of people have. It's this group of people that invest a little too much, that they may have a bad social life, and it's these people want to say that it's the haters that have this bad social life and this and that. And arguably, sure, there might be a portion of detractors or haters that may be antisocial or whatever. But you could say the very same thing about people who like DSP, that they're also bad, have bad social lives, and this. That's why when some people look at some of DSP's fans, they see lonely people that are weird and like and people that probably have no friends. Like, that's just how people are. You'll find a lot of people online that either are very social and well adjusted, and then you'll see the crazy people or the people who are lonely. Like, there's all this stuff online. That's why like people say when you do stuff online, don't get too friendly with people, or don't be too familiar with other people. Don't pry into other people's lives, whatever. Which is why, like, when DSP goes on these little like segments, guys, something bad's going on, but I can't tell you. It's not a good thing to say online because it's gonna make people curious, and it goes from there.
To jump off a cliff like a bunch of lemmings.
Wait, what?
Content. I'm not saying things that are harmful. I'm not, leading a cult
Oh yeah,
to jump off a cliff like a bunch of lemmings.
but no one is doing. Not a lot of people do that online. Like, Because look at the titty streamers. Look at Lex. Let's bring up Lex as an example, right? He mocks her, saying that she's a slut. She is doing sexualized content, but all she did was doing squats online. And he frames all these women streamers as sluts and thoughts and all this other stuff, even girls in bikinis. And again, it's like, who's getting harmed there? They're just in bikinis. You've never seen a girl in a bikini before, and they're in a hot tub. Even in that case, like, what is the harm? They're on their own. They're just in a hot tub. The harm, I guess, is financial, but it's like, you could make that claim about anyone who streams. DSP's harming the world because he's taking money from people who are getting welfare checks. He's taking their money. Like, you can make that claim to anyone. So it's kind of ridiculous that he's like, I'm not doing anything harmful, but it's like, neither are the people who you are criticizing when they're about the content that they're making. But he'd then say, well, it's that they're exploiting their audience, which is like, you could say that about anyone you don't like if you think about it. It's just that I think, at least with like titty streamers and this and that, they're at least a little honest about what the money's going to. Like, hey, you're paying for the stream, and look what I'm wearing. Like, it's straightforward. But DSP, it's like, guys, if you do this, I'll do that, guys. Yes, let's hit the money. Let's hit the goal. Let's hit the goal by next week, guys. Let's do it. Let's do this. Let's do that. Like, it's this constant nonsense from him, which you can argue it's exploitative. To get to the next Lego reward, we have to hit the goal. Oh, we want to do this? Gotta hit the goal. Like, this is exploitative. But again, it's not harmful because he's not telling people to like drink bleach or whatever.
None of that is happening.
It's so funny that we have to give him that extension or whatever the fuck about, well, at least DSP isn't telling people to drink bleach. At least he's not doing that, guys. See, he's not harmful. Meanwhile, he does not give that same fucking oh my god, I can't think of the word. Not confidence. Concession? Oh my god, I'm gonna think of it like 10 hours from now. But he doesn't give this anyone else the same courtesy. He doesn't give anyone the same courtesy. Who was Lexi hurting by doing squats? Well, maybe she's hurting herself because she said the next day after all those squats that she was sore the next day. So I guess that is harmful, right?
Some people act like it is. Some people actually think that, like, this harmful, horrible thing's happening. And that's sick.
But he acts as if everyone else does harmful content. I mean, he accused Keemstar that he was gonna run Lolcow Live and Boogie and Wings are gonna die. Like, again, the Anna Nicole Smith thing was a example he used towards Lolcow Live. And now he's like, oh, it's crazy that people think what I'm doing is harmful or this and that. Like, dude, there's like the reason why, like, it was either Jake or Logan Paul, the Paul brothers, I guess, whatever the fuck. They've done harmful content because they filmed a stream or a video in a suicide forest, which is kind of very insensitive and fucked up. And they did all this like insensitive stuff in Japan. Like that is fucked up content. And all this kind of stuff. Like, there's all these kind of instances of that being harmful. But DSP just kind of brushes that on everything he doesn't like. Like, I don't like certain content. That doesn't mean I'm gonna find that harmful. I don't like Marvel movies. Am I gonna say Marvel movies are harmful to people? No. But DSP doesn't like Lexi or Lexus streams or titty streamers. And he'll say that all these things are harmful to people and it's exploitative. But when anyone says that about his content and explain why they find it exploitative, well, I'm not telling people to drink bleach, guys. Come on.
Because all you have to do is just come to the stream and hang out.
Just hang out.
And it's just, you know the truth. So, that's the situation that I find myself in. There's people who are absolutely obsessed with me and my family, my cat, my content, all of it.
Dude, you talked about your cat and your fucking wife multiple times. And the cat is part of the stream. And I don't understand why you like I show you my brother's cats Yuxi and Tiago. Like I only tell you basically what I think about them. They're cool cats and they're amazing. You know, they're obviously taken care of. I mean, my brother takes them to get checkups constantly there and all this other stuff. Like they're cool cats. Naturally people are going to be like, "Oh man, that's a cute cat. Oh man, this and that." But it's like, of course, people may take it too far, but that it is what it is. I don't know how to explain it. But of course, people are gonna talk about Jasper because he's a fucking cat, and they think cats are cool. They want to like know more about a fucking cat, right? By the way, he has emotes of Jasper. He hyped up like, Jasper's gonna be a positive thing for the stream. He hyped Jasper up as a positive addition to the streams.
Do is sit here and hang out with a few people every day and have a good time and make a living doing it. That's it. I don't want to harm anyone. I don't want to, go crazy to make a living. I don't want to step on anyone to get ahead. I'm cool with who I am and where I am. I'm just happy. But people just aren't satisfied with that. And that's why I get nervous that someday there will be some crazy weirdo.
Wait, what?
Cool with who I am and where I am. I'm just happy. But people just aren't satisfied with that. And that's why I get nervous that someday there will be some crazy weirdo. Okay?
It is weird to say satisfied. Like, I'm not satisfied. He needs to
that
have
they are
a
some
better,
kind
bigger
of
house.
crazy, righteous knight. That they can end Darkseid Phil and his content creation forever, and they try something stupid. And who's to say that that won't happen? I mean, I hope it doesn't. I hope that people are smart enough to understand this whole thing. It's just a show. It always has been, but people just don't get it. They don't. They think everything is fucking crazy, serious, and real, and it gets to the point where it's scary shit.
But he tells us it's on. He's
now, in
Mr.
particular,
Honesty. Whatever.
I have no idea what you're talking about in regards to this person in Japan or whatever. I don't know the story, so I'm not going to comment on it at all. But you
see what he did there? He didn't know what the story is, so instead of like saying, "Oh, that sucks," he meandered about himself. Because, see, DSP has a bad, awful, stupid, evil habit where, because he said this in the past about everything, where he has to relate everything to him because it's his stream, which is like, you don't necessarily have to relate everything to yourself to talk about it. Like, you don't need to do that. Like, come on. Because I'm not gonna, and then it says at the end of all of that meandering to say, I'm not gonna comment on because I don't know the situation. A person got murdered, DSP. I don't think you're gonna be offending anyone if you said it's awful that a person got murdered. Like, what is there to be to wait for further judgment? Well, what if the guy, like, is he thinking that the person can be found innocent? He was more willing to be more critical about Luigi murdering Brian. oh man, I don't know why my throat's fucked up, but whatever. He was more willing to like be like, "Oh, Luigi, he murdered Brian Thompson. I can't believe it, man. That's fucked up." But a person kills a civilian kills another civilian, and he's like, "Well, I don't know the details." Like, what's there to know? Someone murdered another person. I've heard like two sides as to why their person murdered. I don't give a fuck. It's awful that someone got murdered. No, even if someone owes you money, they should not die. Like, I know, crazy take. Murder is wrong. Whoa, guys, I'm breaking new ground. But this dude cannot even say that. He instead talked about himself for like a dumb amount of time to then say, I don't know what happened. I'm not gonna say anything. You're not gonna comment about how murder is wrong? Okay.
All I can say is I would hope that it never gets crazy. I would hope that to this point it hasn't, right? To this point it hasn't.
I hope it doesn't get crazy. At this point it hasn't. A fucking streamer got murdered. I mean, people have gotten murdered regardless. I mean, murdering has been going on for a long time. Because murder shit happens. Come on.
The level of insanity and
It,
trying
it's
physical
it's so
harm and shit like that.
unreal to
And I'm
like
happy
explain
about that
this. It's
because
like
obviously I
I
want to
it's
protect
so
myself and my
weird.
family. Um, but yeah, it gets crazy
Why do you
when
think crime documentaries
you
exist?
think that this could happen. You have people who go outside of the realm of reality and just do extreme things. So that's all I'm going to say about that because I can't comment on a situation when I don't know the specifics. I'd be pretty stupid, right?
What specifics do you
Okay.
need to know? A streamer got murdered, got stabbed.
I
Like
received $2.
he's at like you could understand this if it was like, oh, I saw in the news that there was like a cop brutality, and you may want to know more about that because that's an ongoing story that you may want to know more information on because you don't know necessarily like what happened. But this is like a clear cut. A person stabbed someone. Like you can't get any more clear cut than that.
From Big Larry Gaming. Is this font from Paper Mario? This font is supposed to be a take on
It
Mario.
looks like
I have
Mario
no
Golf
idea which
or
games,
Mario
actually.
Party.
But yeah, it's supposed to be like a take on Mario Brothers. See, it
I
matches the font.
I want to say
The Level 1
Mario Party
podcasts. It's the same font.
because
So.
because going DSP is like party
And he says,
atmosphere.
hope you've enjoyed indie games. Would you try a game called Looking into Fields of Mystria?
Okay, I don't care.
With my internet for think about that, but anyway, regurgitates that it happened.
Oh boy, I feel like there was something crazy.
It's getting pretty crazy.
I had a feeling we were getting
because
crazy rant.
there are literal group things.
Okay,
but let's see here.
Let's see here.
Listen to this. Someone tipped me $2.01. Question: if there's a vortex of mental illness that the internet seems to be creating, do you think on a psychological level we're connected like through a common consciousness? People plug into the common culture and has a physical entity, or the people reacting to and creating a feedback loop which creates in our minds the perception of depravity and mental ill-being.
What?
That's a little heavy. What I would say is, like I said, we are currently in the formative
this
years.
Dude really sounds like he thinks he's like the smartest guy in the room, but he's like the biggest dumbass. Do you think it's we have a collective consciousness and we all connect and plug in? Have you ever seen The Matrix? I gotta hear this
which
again.
Creates in our minds the perception. Do you think on a psychological level we're connected like through a common consciousness? People plug into the common culture and has a physical entity, or the people reacting to and creating a feedback loop which creates in our minds the perception of depravity and mental ill-being. That's a little heavy. What I would say is, like I said, we are currently in the formative years of content.
It is a lot of mumbo jumbo. Like it's just a string of words. We have a psychological mental feedback loop of depravity. Like, what does that mean? It really is like he stumbled on those words and thought it had deep meaning. It's stupid. It's complete nonsense, gobbledygook. It's chicanery. It's fucking chicanery.
Content creation on the internet and understanding what it's doing to change humanity as a culture. And this is a dangerous time. Because
it's just society. It's just other people interacting with people. Again, a lot of people think that it's crazy that people have gone out there and done fucked up things. This fucked up things have happened before the internet. Like, again, there are people who stalked actresses, actors. All this fucked up shit has happened before. I think what it really is that people are noticing is that since it's the internet and people can pass on information quickly, you are seeing it more in your face because like, I was listening to a podcast the other day and they were talking about all these like plane crashes going on and this and that, and a lot of people are thinking it's with these FAA cuts, all this is going on, and I think we're gonna probably get a bigger picture idea by the end of the year. I want to say, but. The one thing that someone brought up was that this is just a recency bias. Like, you've seen all these cuts that are going on after like Trump took the White House and all this other stuff. Like all these cuts have happened. So there's a chance that these outlets and these journalists are all like reporting all these plane crashes that are happening, and these could happen for multiple reasons. And you're reading all this and you're thinking, oh my god, there's a lot of plane crashes. Oh my god, it's because of this, it's because of that. Oh my god. But it's like we won't truly know. In my opinion, I think like there is an aspect I do think that it could be because of all these cuts to the FAA and all this stuff. I'm sure that is a contributor to it. But I think by the end of the year, we're probably gonna have a bigger picture as to what's going on, and we'll get exact numbers and statistics of it. It's just we're at the beginning of the year, and there's an article saying like, you know, up to 2024, at the end of 2024, the instances of plane crashes have gone down. So of course you're seeing these and you're thinking it's going to go up. And I think by the end of the year, we're going to see either an increase or not. I think it's more the case of like, hey, just be aware that these things are happening. But that doesn't necessarily mean yet that, oh, it means that we're going to get more and more. It could. I think if this keeps up and it becomes normalized about these planes crashing, then I think that's going to be a little bit more problematic to the airline industry and everything as a whole. I mean, this is very political talk. Oh my god. But to bring it back to this, with the internet, like that's all it is. It's just a recency bias. You're seeing all this stuff more on your face, so you're more inclined to believe, oh my god, it's happening all over the place. Oh my god, everything's depraved. And it's like you're just seeing this all at once because you're online and you're seeing all this stuff happening and being posted and all this other stuff. Like that's all it is.
There are literal groupthink communities forming. It's not just about, oh, a creator making video game content. Take a look at what's happening with politics, right? And how things are being affected by things on the internet with politics.
But politics has been around for years. There's always been that kind of like debate about it. It's politics. I think I don't think the internet has influenced politics one way or the other. I maybe to some degree, but that's like it's a little bit different because I think a lot of politics are, there's a lot of division because of what people like are trying to fight for, trying to gain freedoms, trying to gain rights, trying to protect rights, trying to do this, trying to do that. Like it's very volatile because these are sweeping changes that have affected a lot of people's lives. I mean, a lot of these things that are going on are going to be affecting people. But whatever, okay.
Politics, when previously, I would argue, politics had always been a very much IRL thing, right? But now all of a sudden there's online movements, conspiracy theories,
Online movements, but there's been movements even, like, what do you call the civil rights movement? Do they need online for the civil rights movement? I mean, that was a movement that happened before the internet. Like, there's been movements online. Sure, you could argue that online movements are more organized in the sense that more people can participate in the movement to push for something, to push for change or whatever. But this is like basic societal things that people do regardless. Like, people would be doing movements without the internet regardless. Come on.
And it's getting pretty crazy in that regard.
I have to say, I gotta give it to DSP on this one. I love how both DSP and his audience are the biggest examples of people who think they're super smart. They're the smartest people in the room, so they say these big poetic like statements and they think it's like the smartest thing they've ever said. Oh, it's a groupthink movement mentality style groupthink mentality. And it's like, you're just saying words. Like, do you understand what you're even saying or what's going on around you? Why people are like upset online? Why people are like saying certain things online? Why people are doing this, doing that? Like, do you understand what's going on around you? Or are you just saying things because you're like, well, online group, bam. Like,
so I'm curious what's going to happen moving forward, because it's very much true when you say the following. It doesn't matter what the truth is. It just matters what the majority of people believe. Right?
Okay.
Let's say there's a certain situation that happens, and it could be anything, any hypothetical. And there's a factually what happened, But everyone just wants to believe that something else happened, says it happened, and regurgitates that it happened. What are more people going to believe? The thing that everyone talks about on the internet, that groupthink mentality. That becomes the fact.
But
how
widespread is this groupthink mentality? There's always people that are gonna go against the grain or be a little more analytical or whatever. Like, of course, there's gonna be a group of people that may believe in one thing and a group of people that don't believe in the other thing. And there might be a group of people that believe in conspiracy theories, whatever. Like, oh man, I apologize if this is getting too political for you. I'm very sorry, but this is one tweet I read, a few months ago, maybe last year or so, and they were saying, like, it's interesting because, like, with anti-vaxxers, anti-vaxxers have been around for years. I mean, they're not necessarily new, but I would argue that they've been mostly a minority in the wider range of communication with people and this and that. When the COVID vaccines were rolling out and COVID was happening, this was like the momentum anti-vaxxers needed to start to spread their movement and like really move forward, because it's, this is going to be very political. I'm very sorry, but it's interesting that I've seen more people like discuss vaccine mandates more about the COVID vaccine than ever before. Meanwhile, there has always been vaccine mandates for like years ago. Like, I remember as a kid, I was mandated to get vaccines. I think they even had a vaccine mandate to go to college. Like, oh, if you're going to college, you need to get this specific vaccine, because they're, so it's like, I remember all these, like, you go to them, you gotta get this kind of vaccine, this and that, like, and no one like questioned it. It's like, okay, yeah, like, vaccines are safe and this and that. The COVID vaccine happened, and then you start seeing more and more people start to be more hesitant, and it started to propagate to anti-vaxxing and this and that. That's all I'm gonna say about that. It went from like being that anti-vaxxing went from like a smaller group to then, during COVID it blew up, and now there's been more people and more of a spotlight on anti-vaxxing than anything else. That's it. That's all I'll say about that. That's where it ends. I'm not gonna vilify whatever the fuck, but I'm just saying, like, I remember growing up and the anti-vaxxing was such a small like group that it wasn't even a concern for people that people were not vaccinating. Now it's starting to become a concern because of things that are happening. It's like it's a snowball effect of things. But that's all that's going on. There's always going to be groups of things that are going to agree, disagree with, whatever the fuck.
Facts get forgotten. And that's a scary thought. It really is. That's an incredibly scary thought. Okay?
Okay. Why do you have this silence? What are we doing?
People are saying my leaderboard's wrong.
Oh my god.
Because it is. It should be. Anyway, so let's continue on. So let's address them. Distinct difference number one.
All right.
There was no podcast at all. So there really was no hangout session where it was just us talking. There was interaction and talking during Call of Duty, but it was between games. There was some interaction and hangout during Kiosk, but it was a little different than just say, hey, here's the podcast that you've grown to know and love every morning, covering topics, discussing what's going on.
I'm just going to say this. If you lasted through that political segment, congratulations. You win the brilliant prize of listening to this. There you go. Thank you for your patience. Hopefully that's where that's it. That's it for the political nonsense.
Right? For sure. And the fact that there was no podcast, some people distinctly were saying they felt like there was something missing. Because that's a staple piece of my day. And why did I not do one? Okay? So that was number one. Okay? Number two, you may have noticed that the other major difference all day long was that not once ever during the course of my entire full streaming day did I ask for a contribution? Not once. I shouted out contributions. I updated the leaderboard. I mentioned if we were like halfway to the goal, but I absolutely not once did I ask for anything. Okay?
Wow. Wow, Phil, that's
That
so
was a
brave.
distinct difference. And I think people noticed. Some people didn't, actually. Some people didn't at all. But then
Or
some
maybe they
people
didn't
noticed
care.
and started
I like I
talking
said, no
about
one
it.
noticed. I guess the no one noticed is the people who didn't say anything. But what if they just didn't care? But okay. By the way, this is gonna be the most heated part, I feel, because he says a lot of lies. And like I was listening to this to kind of get a better idea of it, and man, I was like, this dude, oh man, it's something else.
About it and stuff like that. Okay? So, um, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the two
Okay, let's
distinct
talk about it.
differences, all right?
Let's talk about
And
it.
let's
Let's
talk
talk
about
about
directly
it.
what the result was. So, the result is, no real hangout feeling. Instead, it's just Phil playing games, right?
Right?
And that's very
Correct?
different,
Very
okay,
different.
than
Uh-huh.
the usual feeling, than vibe that you get around here. A lot of people have said, I come by because I want to hang out with Phil. I don't necessarily care about what he's even doing today, okay?
Okay.
Now, if you didn't notice, yesterday, during the entire ginormous Call of Duty stream, I didn't hit my goal. All right. In fact, I only got about halfway. It was around, and I think, again, I'm just off the top of my head. I didn't really count it or anything. It was around $80 of support. Not a bad stream.
Okay.
All right. And
Right.
it's Call of Duty, and Call of Duty
Okay.
always is hit
Not
or
a
miss.
bad stream. All
Sometimes with
right.
Call of Duty, I've done really, really well, and other Call of Duty
Okay.
streams have.
Okay, fuck this. I'm gonna jump a little bit ahead. You see what he's saying? Oh, like it's hit or miss, this and that. But he's gonna say that. See, this shows that you guys love when I do the podcast. But he had literal streams where he would hit similar amounts in the podcast and whatever the fuck. It's nonsense. It's not even a good experiment. Because if you really want to experiment to not have a podcast and do gameplay, I think ALT said this yesterday as well. He needs to do it more than one day. Do it for a week. Do it for a month. Like, you need to do it more than just one day. Like, especially after that one marathon where he got like $1,000, like $1,200. Like, he got a lot of money in one day. And he's sitting there like, yeah, I mean, I did an experiment. But then he's like, well, you see, I didn't do the podcast, and I got only $80. But he has gotten $80 for an entire stream before in the past. Even when he was begging. Like, this is not a very, like, conclusive or even convincing experiment. Like, it really does feel, because this is the other thing you're gonna notice. He had this same rant in the past, not even that long ago. It was like, what, last week he did one? It was a month ago when he talked about canceling the politics show. All this stuff he has already said. So to me, this experiment is all a farce. It is all just a charade to just act as if like he's a smart man or whatever the fuck. It just seemed very like last minute. Like he was like, like almost to distract us that something's going on in the background. This is very speculative to be kind of fair. That like, oh, he's distracting us, but it's not. What he's saying isn't new or anything, and him pretending as it like listening to it. When I was listening to it again as I was setting this up, I was just like, man, this really just sounds like made up. Like it just sounds last minute. Like, oh yeah, man. Like you see, like I should do what I'm doing now. Like it's bogus. It's nonsense.
Have been on the slower side. This one, I got more than halfway, but we didn't hit the goal, right? There you go.
There
Now,
you go.
there's a many things that can be surmised from this.
All right, what can
There was no podcast. And typically,
Typically.
In a podcast, I get some support, and that support is tied to the podcast. Like, look, we already have, $14 of support, and undoubtedly there will be more that will come by the end of this show,
But that's
right? And that
besides
is
the
definitely
point.
tied to the podcast. Since I didn't do a podcast, likely there were people who said, oh, well, since he's not doing his podcast today, I'm not interested, and they didn't come by and they didn't support.
Did he start late, by the way? Like, what time did he start his stream? Like, yeah, I don't know the best way because I don't have the raw stream. Let's see. Yeah, he started late. He started here. So there's no podcast. Let's see, TNT 4+ hours. That is actually coming around 11:30. Oh, okay. So, well, whatever. I guess that kind of makes sense then because it is like a little bit early. But how many videos did he get out of it? This is only no. Wait, is this Call of Duty? No, this is bonus video. Oh my god, I'm okay. He did do like 4 hours. All right, fair enough on that.
Right? So I think that's 100% got to be a factor in that. Okay? So maybe if I did do the podcast and then I had done the Call of Duty stream, maybe I would have hit.
He literally just told us that he doesn't always hit the goal with Call of Duty. Like, again, maybe find a game that always gets support, right? And then just don't do a podcast for that stream. Like, this is a dumb experiment. Like, he kind of should have done this with Baldur's Gate 3, right? Because that game got a lot of money, but what if he didn't do a podcast? Would he get the same amount? Why not, right?
Would have hit my goal. All right? And maybe not. Because as you know, when I'm doing the podcast, I say things.
It's back to maybes. Again, it's not hard evidence to say that, oh, see, I didn't hit the goal because I didn't do a podcast. But what if he did do a podcast and he didn't hit the goal, right? Like, it's still a maybe. He could have hit the goal during that. Like, and it's kind of disingenuous too because he didn't, like, hype it up. He just did it. And it was, like, implied as if it was, like, not an emergency stream, but, like, like, it's very obvious, right? That it wasn't an average stream. So maybe that's why people didn't show up. Whatever.
Things like I'll talk about the goals and say, hey, look, guys, we're at 58 out of 60 goals hit. And remember, the big reward that's coming up when we hit 60 goals is DSP Tries It Girl Scout cookies, where I'm going to be trying 3 different kinds of Girl Scout cookies. Now, I haven't had these since I was young. It'll be interesting to see what I remember of these cookies versus what they are today. I'll tell you the price. I'll tell you the flavors. And it's going to be an interesting one because it's not fast food.
This is really goofy.
Usually I hype it up.
This is what I remember.
And I didn't do that yesterday at all. Okay? It didn't happen. So without that hype, right? Without that hype factor. Definitely, I think there's people who, like, aren't going to contribute because they contribute when the hype hits. Oh, we're almost close to a goal. Oh, that goal sounds interesting. Oh, I want to be a part of that, right? And that didn't happen yesterday.
But this is, like, bullshit, though, because, like, he did the crumble cookie. He wanted to do that. Then he got scared away from doing it. But he pretty much said that the DSP Tries It works with fast food. And now he's like, well, see, I didn't hype up the cookie, so we didn't hit the goal. But I thought we liked fast food. Huh?
Yesterday. So there's many factors. Factor number 1, there was no podcast. Some people just did.
This kind of keeps continuing the sus aspect of the Five Nights at Freddy's stream with all those whales, right? It really contributes because he made enough. He made enough for what, 2 more goals on top of that, and then the next day he didn't beg at all and didn't any goal, and he's like acting fine. It doesn't help that people like think that DSP orchestrates tips. But it's very funny that he hits all these goals in one marathon stream and then the next day doesn't beg and is seemingly okay. But meanwhile, in the past, he would freak the fuck out if he doesn't hit the goal 2 times in a day.
Just didn't show up because there was no podcast, and normally they would have supported during the
And then
podcast.
he would also harp saying, let's make up for yesterday. Let's make up. Let's make up. And in this, he doesn't even mention let's make up for yesterday. Because guess what? He needed 2 more goals, and he was willing to wait because he had 2 streams that day. And he hit the goal 2 times. Again, this is really dumb and kind of fucked up. You know, I'm saying it. It's fucked up. Because this, again, when he hyped up this new goal system, he literally said we can hit the goal whenever. There's no pressure or urgency to hit the goal. But since then, he has been thirsty for hitting the goal basically once a week. That we got it, the goals hit goal once a week. That's how bad it is. To the point where, yeah, it's not consecutive anymore, but he's basically asking for consecutive fucking support. It is so insane. And the coup he has to say that that it's not begging or it's not as bad as the other day is clownland. It's so delusional. He has successfully gaslit his entire community to think that this is not pressure. He's not pressuring people to hit the goal like every stream. Because if you don't hit 1 goal in 1 stream, he will tell you to make up for that the next stream. So what was the point? It's far worse because before I'm pretty sure I said this in the past. Before, it would just be at least hit the goal once a stream. That was the aim. But now, if you don't hit 1 goal in 1 stream, the next stream, let's hit the goal 2 times. That is far worse than let's hit the goal only once. Now it's let's hit the goal multiple times and make up. And if you don't hit the goal 2 times, the next day, let's make up for yesterday. It is far worse because of that. But it's such a weaselly system. This is why people say it's exploitative. His new goal system is fucking exploitative. But he is not telling his audience to drink bleach, guys, so it's not harmful. But it is so exploitative and misleading. This is the kind of shit that scammers do. Like they'll have you sign a contract, and then within the contract, it's like some weaselly words to get them either get more money or do not have them do what you want them to do, basically, or whatever the fuck. It's such a sneaky little weaselly snake fucking way to get money from your audience and then tell them, guys, this isn't pressure. This is like fucking pissing on their leg and telling them it's rain.
And there was none. Number 2, there wasn't a lot of interaction because I was just sitting here playing Call of Duty all day. Okay, and number 3, I wasn't asking for contributions.
So why couldn't he experiment with this with a game that's chill where he can take money, right? Like, you know what he should do? He should experiment with the idea of maybe mixing the podcast with a chill game. Like, let's do the podcast as he plays Suikoden. That's what he should do.
I wasn't hyping up the goals.
But the other thing is, like, when he does these experiments, they're not very interesting and they're very boring and straightforward. Why does he do some crazy experiment like, oh, I'm going to do Suikoden as I do the level 1 podcast. Let's see if I can do it, guys. All right, guys. We're doing this. Wow, look at that, man. Or whatever the fuck. But no, you can't do that.
Instead,
no.
I just kind of let it ride to see how it would go. Okay?
And you know, and we're going to do this. This is the other funny aspect of him doing the gameplay. Because before, when he was talking about the podcast, he would say, guys, I do the podcast so that way, like, you get all the burning questions out, and we get all the stuff, pertinent stuff out now, and then that we can focus on the game, which is very funny to me, because he says he's a chill, interactive streamer, but he wants to burn out the interactions all in the podcast. So what interaction do you really do in the gameplay, right? This is what I said. The isolation booth gameplay didn't really go away. All they did was kind of paywall commentary in a sense. But it's still the same content. Think about it. When we boot up the game, we sit there and we have to focus on the game and talk about the game. But we have to do the podcast to burn out any unrelated discussions before the gameplay. That way, when the gameplay starts, we can focus on the game. But if you're an interactive streamer, then shouldn't he be able to interact and chill regardless of the game or whatever? Even though he calls all his streams fucking chill?
Now, this all applies basically to the first stream. Let's talk about the late stream. So the late stream last night was this unique indie game kiosk. Now, when I play indie games, it's definitely going to be hit or miss as well, because it really depends on what's the game that I select. Is it something that people know? Does it catch on with the viewer? Some indie games that I've played have done a lot better than others, depending on levels of hype and things. So it's always all over the place, right?
Always.
So again, last night on that indie game stream, I didn't ask for anything whatsoever during the course of the stream. I didn't really bring up the goals or hype them. I think at one point I did mention, hey, we're like halfway to the goal, but I didn't really bring it up. Instead, it was just me talking with you guys and playing the game. And how do we do? I think by the end of the night, I think we got to like 70 something in support.
He did similar experiments like this. I wish I could like pull it up, but I do remember he did a stream where he didn't beg, and then he said, "See, guys, I didn't beg, and we did hit the goal. So, like, as you can see, this tells me as a businessman that, like, I have to bring it up, because if I don't bring it up, you don't hit the goal. You see that, right?" I remember him saying something like that, and it was just like, the thing when people say to not beg, it's not necessarily to say never ever 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 ask for money, bitch. It's that, hey, can you like fucking relax? Like, we don't need to hear about the fucking let's hit the goal for like 10 hours.
So about halfway. All right. So there you go. Now, what can be surmised? What can be taken away from this? All right, that's really what we got to ask. What is the end result of yesterday? And by the way, why did yesterday even happen? All right. Well, I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
But first,
all right, let's get distracted. I
got to see if this is a troll or not.
Here, let's get distracted now.
No, it's not. It's a $1 tip. Someone says, as an addendum, the scary part is when we create a mental disorder in society, it can persist for generations. The mental disorder in some way rubs off to your children who act upon the impressions when grown up. If it's a societal...
But if it's a mental disorder that passes on and this now, then what about our parents who didn't have the internet? What about that, numbnuts? The
scary part is when we create a mental disorder in society, it can persist for generations. It's not. It's a
This reminds me of fucking Big Boy Dumper. In a way. I don't think it's Big Boy Dumper, but it reminds me of Big Boy Dumper. Which, man, I don't know what it is, but that guy, I guess when he was handholding Metal Gear Solid 3, that like, put him in a coffin for me already, but this dude, every time he was cheering DSP back in the day, I hated this guy. I hated Big Boy Dumper. It was like, this guy could cure cancer, and I would say, fuck this guy. Throw him in jail. because every time he talked, it was so annoying. And it was like, it was really like a guy who went to college for 1 year and was like, oh, I'm so smart. I opened my life, guys. Wow, corporate America, man. Oh, man. And it's like, dude, fucking drink paint.
It's a $1 tip. Someone says, as an addendum, the scary part is when we create a mental disorder in society, it can persist for generations. The mental disorder in some way rubs off to your children who act upon the impressions when grown up. If it's a societal wide, then it can persist and recreate itself.
What?
Yeah.
See, this is all nonsense. It's all nonsense. Oh, we create mental disorders, and then it persists into children because we are on the internet, and then society, what does he say about society?
The mental disorder in some way rubs off to your children who act...
In some way rubs off to your children. Oh, okay.
Upon the impressions when grown up. If it's a...
Hey, what
The
about
scary
emotions?
part is when we create a mental disorder in society, it can persist for generations. The mental disorder in some way rubs off to your children who act upon the impressions when grown up.
Oh, act upon the impressions when growing up.
If it's a societal wide, then it can persist and recreate
If it's societal wide, it can persist
itself.
and recreate itself. What is recreating itself? The mental disorder? Oh man, this guy, man, this dude probably like read one book and was like, I am so smart. I genius.
Yeah, I'm I'm really interested to see, you
Oh
know,
yeah?
in the next few decades when people
See,
start to see
see how this fucking fake fucking smart guy was able to convince DSP like to talk about this nonsense. Look at this. It worked on him. You can literally type any bullshit and act smart, and he'll be like, yeah, man, that's interesting. Phil, I think it's interesting that in society, in culture, when when people go online and they look at the color blue. Now it's a obtuse color, right? But you look at the color blue, and it really resembles this addiction online that recreates a mental disease that makes you really evaluate what's going on to society, and then society will act upon the culture of the masses, and then the masses will then create societal norms that will react, and then it will fuse with with business norms and appropriate norms, and that's why we have school shooters. And DSP will say, wow, that's so deep, man.
to see the impact of being on the internet 24/7, being involved with this world groupthink, these memes and all this shit. Like, how
Oh
does it
my
affect human
god.
society?
Dude,
Decades
DSP
when
should do a podcast. They cancel level 1 podcast, get this tipper on board, do another podcast, The Think Tank. And they talk about fucking bullshit.
people start to see the impact of being on the internet 24/7, being involved with this world groupthink, these
This world group thing. I mean, there's already been discussions, like there's been I don't know what department or who said this, but I remember them saying that there should be like a surgeon general warning or whatever when it comes to social media, because there's aspects to it that is addicting, and the way it's designed is to keep you like hooked on the website. Like these are things that do affect children, and oh my god, dude, like see, this is the derailment fucking nonsense. But it's like the thing that drives me with that pisses me off about this is that it's just nonsense talk, but it's like there's actual other things that are going on that's more grounded in realism, and it's more about just how websites operate, and this and that, and it's more on the website, not other people, because everyone's using these websites, everyone's using social media, and the social media boosts all this stuff through algorithms, and it boosts all this stuff on like trending and this and that. Like some websites may push more hate or controversy and all this other stuff that may not be a good thing for a kid to experience going online. Like there's all this other stuff that's going on that is much more like based on what is being pushed on websites and social media than just, well, there's a group think and there's people that do this and do that, because that's not really the problem. The problem is just the website and the algorithm and what it's being used and what's being pushed forward, basically. It's much more about that, but these people like DSP are more inclined to think it's about people, and it's the people that use the internet and this and that. Like it's not necessarily, that's not necessarily the case. Again, it falls in line with like as I said earlier about the recency bias. Like you're gonna see a lot of stuff and you think that this is happening a lot more often, but that may not be the case in reality. Like, come on.
these memes and all this shit. Like, how does it affect human society? How has it changed us? Right?
It's
Because
more
right
about
now I think
social
we're all
media,
in
not
it,
memes
but
in
we're not. No
general.
one's really analyzing it.
Like, I don't think the memes
Anyway,
are the
thanks for the dollar,
problem.
kid.
It's just
Okay,
social media.
so
But whatever. Okay, sure.
there's two things, all right, going on here
Now we're going back to this
at the same time, and
I
basically they both really got
I don't know why
me.
this is making me laugh. Like, I guess that, like, I'm losing it with this. We had this fucking pseudo intellectual nonsense. I got derailed, and then we're back to the fucking guys. This is what I learned. Begging works. Oh man.
To me,
But see,
and
at least I'm self-aware
that's
about
why
it. I'm like,
yesterday's
this guy.
content was different. Okay, one thing is very personal, something that has happened this week that has hit myself and my family really hard, and basically yesterday was a horrible day. All right, so that being said, I didn't even want to do a podcast. I just wasn't in the mood. Like, I felt
See,
like I
this
needed to
is what
come
I
to
mean.
this stream.
That this experiment angle is just bullshit. It's to distract us from the drama he had going on in his real life. Because he's implying with this that it was so bad, he didn't want to do a podcast. It was that bad. So, to me, that kind of tells me that this experiment was just a thing to fill time. Because because he just wants to, like, kind of, like, I guess it's to give trolls other things to talk about. That's what, it's another tactic this dude has, where he overloads you with information, so you don't know what you're talking about anymore, in a way. He tried on the side scrollers as an example, where they kept pushing him on questions, and he would just overload them with information, to the point where they forgot what they asked. So, we know that there's drama going on, and then to quickly pivot, guys, this is what I learned about the stream, guys. This is what I learned about content. Okay, so he doubles down on nonsense so that we get distracted from the drama that's going on, but we don't know what's going on. And come on.
Stream and distract myself as much as I possibly could with gameplay so that I could keep my mind off of stuff. Okay, so the moment
I thought that talking to your audience was cool and meaningful, and it helps you distract from, like, other things, right? What about that?
On the stream, I just said hello, and then we went right into Call of Duty, and I'm gonna be honest, it worked. Like, it actually legitimately worked, where while I was playing Call of Duty, I didn't really give a thought to anything else that was going on in my personal life outside of Call of Duty being played at that moment.
This is a video game.
Absolutely, positively,
This
100%.
dude is real. Like, it really kind of tells you how little this dude enjoys video games. That he's surprised that a video game was able to distract him from real life. Wow, it's like it's a video game that feeds on your, like, fucking what does I don't know what to say, endorphins? Whatever the fuck. The pleasure center.
100%, it helped a lot. It did. I needed it. I just needed to get my mind off of stuff. Because a lot of the times people say stuff like, then why don't you just take time off? Why don't you just walk away from streaming and take a few days or a week? And, well, number one, I couldn't take a whole week.
But this is like bullshit, though. This is like, oh my god. The reason why people tell him, why don't you take time off if you're feeling bad or whatever the fuck, is literally because he there's so many. Oh my god, this is a snowball effect. Because I'm saying this stuff out loud, I'm realizing how much bullshit is being said. He has done a podcast before explaining to us, guys, I'm in a bad mood, so if I'm gonna kill you, don't be mad, I'm just in a bad mood, okay, guys? And then, like, he would continue on with the podcast anyway. He bullied Rich because he was feeling bad, and now they go, I was feeling really bad, so I didn't want to do a podcast. So was it worse than those other days? But the other days he said basically the same fucking shit. And he still did a podcast. This is bullshit. This whole thing is massive bullshit.
Maybe I could take a couple days. Like I said, thankfully, thanks to you guys, I'm not in, like, horrible financial difficulties anymore. If I need to have an emergency and I really need to take time away for something like that, I can. Thankfully, I used to never be able to.
So then he could take extra days off. If he felt so bad, why not take one day off? He got like $1,200 the previous day. He could have taken the day off. Literally, this is such nonsense. Oh my god. Oh my god. This dude is such bullshit. Because in all purpose, he basically did. Think about it. He did not have to worry about hitting the goal for an entire day because he made $1,200 in one day. As I said, it's really funny to me that he didn't say, guys, you should make up for yesterday. When in the past he has done that kind of behavior. Guys, let's make up for what we didn't do yesterday. Let's make up for the goal we didn't. Let's make up for the momentum we lost. And this and that. He has done this multiple times. He basically did take a day off. He just decided to stream the day off. This is so fucking clownland. Because that's kind of what he's saying. That I can't take a day off, but I didn't like bag yesterday. I just played Call of Duty because I wanted to relax and take my mind off it, which was basically a day off mentally. He just wanted to clock it. So like, and think about what that means. Oh my god, it really does mean that the podcast is a picnosis session. Because he didn't want to work, like, he considered doing the podcast work with this. He didn't want to do the podcast because he was feeling so, that's why he didn't have the mental energy to fucking hypnotize his audience. This dude, this dude is ridiculous. And like, a lot of it is speculative and all this other bullshit, sure, but he describes everything in such dumb ways that you will naturally come to these conclusions.
I literally used to have to be here every day, all day. And now I don't have to anymore, and I'm very grateful for that. Okay? But in reality, if
he says that now he can take multiple days off. So then remember when he said he wanted to take 2 days off a week at some point? Why not do that then? If you can do 2 days off a week now, why not do that then? Okay.
I had not been on stream distracting myself yesterday. I really feel like it would have actually been worse. Okay.
Oh man, this is so many things are going off in my mind about that statement, right? Because if he didn't stream, he's implying that he wouldn't be able to take his mind off, so there's nothing else he could do in that house. Like, this is literally the shit he did happen when he had that power outage, and he's like, yeah, what were we gonna do? And it's like, Phil, you're with your wife. You can't think of anything to do with your wife? He's like, yeah, man, we couldn't go on the internet. We had nothing to do, man. So he can't find a hobby. He can't like go to the zoo. This dude, he can't find anything else to do. He can't find he tells us, and it's so funny, man. He said yesterday during the Lego stream he doesn't have time to watch movies. Why not watch a movie? He has a lot of money. He could go to the movies. Oh, because he hates people, of course. This is so silly. I don't know why this is taking a lot of time, but this is like funny to me.
Okay, just being honest.
Just being honest.
So it worked, and thank you to anyone who was here yesterday and enjoyed the gameplay in the stream.
It just reminds me, he did that one day off. He had that one day off where he randomly decided to stream Street Fighter 6. And it was so weird. And it's like, why can't he do that more often then? If he could do that for one day off, why not do that sometimes? right? Or why not do a day off? Like, have a day off, then he decides to do a stream, then he can stream bullshit. Like, hey, this was a day off, I'm not planning on making money or anything. I'll just do like a movie review or whatever. But no, it's the ad revenue that matters. See, like this dude, it's so bizarre how like how much of a robot he is. He really is like an alien or a robot. It's just it's such a miserable life. That's what it comes off as. He tells us how meaningful his life is, but he can't find anything to do on his own in that house in Seattle, in America, to take his mind off of anything. There's nothing he could do. He can't watch a movie. He has the internet in the palm of his hand. So confused into what to do, he decides to stream. He basically did take a day off. He did decide to stream. It's that day off that he plays Street Fighter 6 all over again. But he'll never do that on his day off for some reason, ever again. It's like as weird as like this like fashion, this dress code he has for his fucking streams now. Oh, it's the fall, thus I must wear long sleeve shirts because it's the fall now. It's winter, that means I wear long sleeves. Okay, it's spring, summertime, summer shirts. We're gonna see the tacky Hawaiian shirts come back in the summer. It's all fucking like, and this is why. Like more and more people are accusing him. We're accusing him of being autistic. That people think he's autistic because it's such a regimented way of life, but it's really weird. He never did this before. But he basically came into his office in his pajamas. This dude has gotten weirder over time. Like, it really is. Like, if Kat came on stream and said that the real Phil is dead, and this is like a body snatcher, it would be more believable than him being the actual guy.
Everyone was having a good time. I really do appreciate you.
See, I had a long running joke that Kat was like slipping him estrogen tablets in his his coffee and his drinks and this and that. Like, because he is acting so different. Honestly, even back when she moved in, he was not acting this weird. The most weird he was acting was like his aversion to women in video games. But now it has gotten even weirder.
It was a bad time for me. All right. And so that's why a lot of people could tell. They were like, his demeanor's different. This is weird. You're absolutely right. 100%. You guessed correct. Definitely stuff was going on. Okay.
Okay.
So there you go.
There you go.
Now there's another part to this as well.
All right.
All right. There's two halves to this thing that went down yesterday. And the other half is that it was an experiment to some extent. And it wasn't planned. It just kind of...
This is what I mean. This wasn't planned. He didn't plan this experiment. He came on today and was like, well, I'm going to say that, like, so I can't say what's going on. So I'm going to make an experiment up last minute. Like, this is really like you're filling out your homework the day it's due, basically. Like, oh, I have to write a paper and it's due tomorrow. Okay, I'm gonna write bullshit. Like that's what's going on here.
Kind of happened, and as it happened, I was like, well, this is fascinating because now what we can do is actually take this data to try to see. It's not good data though. How it affected things.
If this dude was a scientist, we would probably like be worse off with him. Like imagine if he was running experiments, you wouldn't learn anything. Oh man.
Things. And,
I'm glad he's on the science field. I'll tell you that much.
Positive for improvement and stuff like that. So let's talk. Let's talk about yesterday. So first off, there was no podcast.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
With no podcast and all gameplay, immediately you could tell some people were turned off, didn't tune in, or saw there was no podcast and left. All right. If anything, this is direct, actual evidence that people have adopted me as a podcaster, as someone who does content.
They adopted him as a podcaster. See, this is what I mean. We've heard this rant before. This isn't new. He told us that we did adopt him as a podcaster, but his podcasts suck. They suck. When you have a Q&A and you're sitting there doing this. That's not a good podcast. It isn't. And then to have the schedule be a big portion of the podcast isn't good either. Like, come on.
Content other than just gaming, that there are distinct groups of people who come here just to hang out with me.
Like, someone asked him to do movie reviews in the podcast, and DSP thought that he didn't take it like that and said, well, I can't do movie reviews. They don't make a lot of ad revenue. Dude, he said to do movie reviews in the podcast because some people do a podcast and they review stuff in the podcast. Kind of like what he does when he beats a game, right? So why can't he do that for movies? Like, come on. Alright, I'm back, everyone. Sorry. Now I have to edit 2 videos together. I didn't get to pause the recording. I forgot to. So, it is what it is. I will have to edit this video. But that's fine. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. I'm not crying. You are. Okay, anyways, let's get back into the video. Let's get back into it. We weren't even that, crazy, right? Correct?
Rather than it being me play a game.
Let's rewind
as someone, this is direct,
let's rewind a little
actual evidence
that
man. People have adopted
I'm a little rattled.
Me as a podcaster, as someone who does content other than.
He already told us that we already accepted him as a podcaster, though. He already told us that we did. But okay.
Just gaming, that there are distinct groups of people who come here just to hang out with me, rather than it being me play a game. Right. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a good thing. Why? Because I'm getting older. Okay? In just a few weeks, Dude,
it's so funny when he uses the I'm getting older bit whenever he wants to, because for a while, when the politics channel failed and flopped and everyone laughed at it, magically, he stopped saying, I'm getting older, carpal tunnel. And just was like, yeah, man, gaming works, man. Gaming is amazing. This dude is just saying shit now. He's just saying shit. Come on now, dog.
I'm going to be 43 years old, and I'm at the point in my life, they call it you're over the hill. I think we all got to accept this. I am more than halfway through my life at this point.
Wait, okay? What?
43 years old, and I'm at the point in my life, they call it you're over the hill.
No, I don't think that's what over the hill means. I think when you're over the hill, you're probably in your late 50s, I want to say. But okay.
I think we all got to accept this. I am more than halfway through my life.
More than halfway.
At this point.
No, halfway is 50 years old. In my opinion. Because theoretically, he could live to be 100. So, 50 is like the middle. But whatever, okay.
Okay?
Okay.
I'm not going to get any faster, any stronger, any more viable. All right? This is not going to happen. At this point in my life, I can maintain.
I love, he's in his 40s, and this dude is talking as if he's gonna turn 80. I'm not gonna get stronger. Dude, yes you can. You can still work out. And all this stuff, dude, there's even people who are, older than him that are going to gyms and working out. This dude can work out. There are people who are his age that are working out. And he's like, yeah, man, I'm not gonna get any stronger. Yeah, you can. But no. But, it is insane. Listen to this.
I'm not going to get any faster, any stronger, any more.
I mean, faster, whatever. I mean, that's subjective. I mean, it depends on what he means by faster. Because he could get faster, technically, if he works out and he exercises. But, I mean, whatever. But he can. He's not 80. He's 40. He's 42 years old or whatever the fuck. And this dude is acting as if he's gonna be 50. I mean, not 50. 80. He's a senior citizen. Why is he so obsessed with acting as if he's a boomer already? Guys, I'm gonna die. he might as well be saying, guys, I'm gonna die soon. I'm gonna die very soon, guys. I'm getting old. I'm getting to retirement age at the age of 43. Like, there are people who are like my age who are jokingly saying, "Oh, I'm so old. Oh, I'm ready for the retirement home," as a joke. But DSP would say that unironically.
Any more viable? All right, this is not going to happen. At this point in my life, I can maintain, and then there's going to be a decline. This is just the reality of human existence. It's called the human condition.
The human
right?
condition.
Many people can't face it. I am. I'm trying to do this gracefully, age gracefully.
I would argue that he's not that. Saying that he's gonna try to maintain and he's gonna try to age gracefully is not accepting that he's gonna age. Because accepting that you're aging is just kind of like, you're doing your basic hygiene, obviously. I don't need to explain how hygiene works. But you're just gonna be like, okay, yeah, okay, my hair is turning gray, okay, whatever. Whatever. But when you're trying to age gracefully and try to phase into looking old, you're kind of just not. I don't know. I guess what it is I've never heard anyone say, "I'm gonna age gracefully." Yeah, like that's not in your control. Like, how your body ages is how your body ages. And if he's gonna age gracefully, I would assume, right, that he would either stop drinking because drinking isn't good for you, whatever, and he's gonna eat healthier. But he's not doing any of that. He drinks for marathons. He door dashes. He eats fast food, all this stuff, which isn't gonna make him age gracefully. It just isn't. The way he handles his hair is not him aging gracefully. It just looks awful. He might as well just shave it all off. Why not? Why doesn't he shave his goatee off? No, that's too extreme. And his wife, I guess, loves how he looks. But why not? The goatee will grow back.
And understand my limitations and the fact that I'm not 20 years old anymore. Okay? I can't just sit here playing games all day, every day, and expect that, number one, I'm going to play them at any kind of level that's going to be entertaining. That, number two, my stamina is going.
Okay, what does age have to do with I can't play games in an entertaining way? Yeah, you can. There were people who were like senior citizens that were streaming on Twitch. Like, there's that other person that I subscribed to her. I haven't watched a video of her for a while, but she's a senior citizen. Obviously, she has gray hair and everything. She has everything, right? And she unboxes JRPGs, and she talks about JRPGs and the game and how much she likes the games and all this stuff. And she talks about games. She talks about gaming. There's another one that was like playing Elder Scrolls games as well on Twitch. Like, they're senior citizens. Like, when people say they should diversify or do different kinds of content, they always assume that they're giving him advice to like try different things, do something else. And he takes it as, yeah, do less gaming and more talking. Like, that's not necessarily what people are telling him to do.
Is going to keep up with all of that. And that, number three, I'm going to be able.
When politics failed, he literally said, gaming works. Why would I stop doing gaming when gaming is working? Like, at a time, the politics channel was going to be the channel or the show that was gonna help diversify and do all this other stuff. That it was gonna be that and this and that, blah blah blah. And then he never went back to it, thankfully, and hopefully he'll never go back to politics. But I feel he may go back into politics at some point. I have a sneaking suspicion, a fear, if you will, that he's gonna be motivated to go back into politics.
Be able to continue to make a living working like that. Okay?
Correct.
The reality is thus, I need to change and make new kinds of content. I need to change and do different things and not just be Phil the gamer.
Phil the gamer. Phil the builder.
I need to have different aspects, whether it's as a pod.
What other aspects? Again, I kind of mentioned this before, saying how he has no other interests. Like, he didn't want to take a day off and he wanted to stream because he couldn't find anything else to distract himself with. what other thing does he have going on? He has no other hobby. He expressed zero interest in other hobbies. Like, what's he gonna do? Talk more about wrestling? He doesn't want to do movie reviews because he's not an interesting person. Like, what else is he gonna do? He already kind of cornered himself into a bad position, even as an entertainer, because other people can either find other ways to adapt and find other ways to be entertaining, but what is DSP going to do? He keeps saying, I'm going to diversify, but these are very ambiguous, abstract statements. What does it mean? What are you going to do? You can't keep saying, well, I have Lego streams. Okay, but you're doing that now, but you're saying you're going to do other stuff. What's the other stuff?
Podcaster, as a commentator, as making different kinds.
Oh, commentator! I remember during his machinima days, a certain guy told Phil, "Hey Phil, have you ever thought of being a commentator for fighting games?" And he told him that he was a fucking idiot. Huh, interesting.
Kinds of content. This is what has to persist as I get older.
So, what's he gonna do as a commentator? Who's gonna have him be a commentator? Like, what does this mean?
Aspects. Content. I need to change and do different things and not just be Phil the gamer. Okay? I need to have different aspects.
Like what?
Whether it's as a podcaster, as a commentator.
Okay, what aspect of the podcast are you gonna do? I mean, you're already doing a podcast. You're gonna do another podcast? What's the other podcast gonna be? Commentator, what are you commentating on? What are you talking about? He's just saying buzzwords. He's not really explaining anything else he's interested in doing than just saying commentator, podcast.
As making different kinds of content. This is what has to persist as I get older. The gaming will reduce. Will it ever phase out? No. I feel like I will want to be a gamer, all right, for a long time, for as long as I can be, all right? I love video games and gaming in general. It's been a part of my life. It's part of culture. It's everything that I love to share.
I love that he loves gaming because it's part of culture. Like, that's an aspect of it. It's part of culture. Like, that really says all you need to know about DSP and gaming. He doesn't see gaming any more than, I'm doing it because it's the in thing to do and people talk about it. Not because he has any genuine interest in video games.
To share with the internet. But you get to a point where you gotta be realistic and understand that's just not what I can do all the time. It ain't gonna work. Okay? It's not. So
how is podcasting going to be
the
thing
podcast
that's going to work?
is the way that I get daily to do stuff that's not just sitting here playing video games all day. And that's a good thing.
But you're just sitting there just talking and rambling. There's no, reason for it. I mentioned the Bill Burr podcast, a little too much, I'll be honest. But it's a great podcast. I enjoy listening to it because, and he talks a lot about sports as well. I'm not a sports guy, but I enjoy listening to him talk about it. I like this stuff he has to say sometimes. Sometimes what he says is funny. I like when he reads emails from listeners. It's really funny. Recently he was this guy was emailing him about that his car was parked and another person rear-ended him, and he was like, well, I was trying, he didn't want to go through with the insurance, and I was trying to be accommodating, but he has not made any effort to pay me back for the damage or whatever. Should I go through the insurance? And Bill Burr was like, yeah, fuck that guy. He's just trying to take advantage of you. Just go through your insurance, because if he's gonna sit there and take you for a ride and not, he's not gonna want to pay. He's taking this long to pay you back. Just go through your insurance, whatever. Then another person emailed him and said, well, the other guy who's a working man. Why do you? He's like, Are you the guy that rear-ended the other guy? Why are you blaming the person who's parking in the car? Yeah, that's what bumpers are for, but it's the right thing to do. It was a back and forth, and then he got a third email. This other guy saying, Yeah, Bill, you're right. That guy was who fucked up. Why did he defend the other guy? The other person was just, he parked his car and the other guy rear-ended him. He should have paid, and he should have gone through the insurance because the guy was clearly going to take advantage of him. And he's like, yeah, I thought I was going crazy. I love the stuff I hear on that podcast, and Bill Burr is a funny guy. He's a pretty funny guy. I'll be honest. I'll say it. He's a funny guy. Uh, but yeah, I like listening to that podcast. But there's a lot of stuff in that podcast that's interesting to listen to, and it's fun. It's funny. It's funny to listen to. What do I get from listening to DSP's podcast on an average day? Let's say there's no drama, there's no massive gamer news that I would want to make a video on. Alright, he starts the show. He says it's gonna be chill. He goes through where the gold money is gonna go to, what food he's gonna eat, how the games are going, schedule, and then Q&A. And the Q&A is dull as dirt. It's just boring shit. And it's like there's no filter as to what questions get asked or whatever, or he doesn't like think about the question he's asking or answer. He doesn't have anything interesting to say. Like someone could say, "What's your favorite fighting game character?" I don't play favorites, man. I don't know. I like the classics. Like it's just boring shit, and he answers in boring ways. Like it's one thing to like if you were to ask me, Theo, what's your favorite anime? I could give you like different answers every day. I could always think of something different to say, and I could then go into like why something like resonated with me, and I could go on and on because it's something I care about. But when people ask him about anything, you don't really get the idea that he cares about what he's talking about. And it's kind of disingenuous in the sense that someone can tell him, "Hey Phil, I think when you answer questions, you should be more like meaningful in your responses, this and that." Then he'll just fill it with filler words, and it just comes off insincere. Because this guy is a insincere monster. You can't really, you can't really improve him without him doing some very harsh introspection. Like it's just hard. It's hard for like because as I said, like he could change the best he can, but people aren't gonna go along with it until like he keeps it up forever. Like because he could like let's say he stops burping, and he'll do it for one day, and since nobody sucked his dick about not burping into the mic, he'll then continue to burp into the mic again because nobody sucked his dick about it. So he never really shows any signs that he genuinely wants to change, and he changes either to make a point that he was right all along, or he does it out of spite, or whatever. It's nothing genuine, and he makes no concerted effort to improve his own content. The suggestion box is the biggest example of this, where he reads all these suggestions and he shoots them all down because they didn't suck his dick enough. They were all very critical and harsh. Oh, when you do gameplay with Kat, can you like talk to her more and can you do a little bit more with her? It just doesn't seem that you're doing anything. Why are you telling us that we need to be laughing at each other and smiling? We're not gonna force us to be happy on stream, but that's not what they were asking. They wanted you to be more engaging with your fucking dumbass wife, not sitting there like, okay, honey, can you get me a good ranking in the Dodongo Island? Oh yeah, man, let's get the ranking up. Okay, like that wasn't fun to watch. It was to the point where Kat got bored. And you can say whatever about that, but I do believe it's because DSP did nothing to make her like want to stay there. He didn't talk to her, they didn't talk about anything else because they were afraid of being made fun of. It seemed really fishy to me. Not fishy, but it just seemed like they didn't want to say anything because they were afraid that the trolls were going to make fun of her. Oh, if Kat says that she watches the show, the trolls are going to make fun. It was like the makeup question. Like, sure, you could argue, well, people have been made fun of her makeup in the past. So it could have been an insincere question about makeup in hopes to make fun of her. But on the other hand, they could have just answered it and not cared. Because, again, not answering leads to a boring show. But what's the risk? Oh, she says she bought her makeup at like J.C. Penney's or Macy's or Walmart, whatever the fuck. Like, what's gonna happen? Oh, wow, they got her makeup from there, man. Wow. Okay. Do you cry about people making fun of where he gets his shirts from? But they were so terrified of being made fun of that they opted to say nothing because they didn't want them to be made fun of. It is so pathetic. Pathetic.
I love this podcast. I'm so glad that we experimented with the pre-stream years and years ago, realized.
Oh, see, now we're saying that the pre-stream was an experiment, not. But the podcast and the pre-stream are the same. They serve the same purpose. If anything, all the podcast did, or changing it to podcast, is to make it seem more self-important. Like, this is really like you give someone a meaningless title, and they act as if they're hot shit. Like it's like the meme they did about Elon. Where they're like, yeah, Trump just has Elon there, and he's like giving him like a toy wheel, and he thinks he's driving in the country. I mean, or it's the other way around, depending on how you look at it, guys. But like that's kind of what it's like in this regard. They give him the title of podcast, and he thinks that it's a meaningful thing when it really isn't. Like, what podcast has a band that says podcast on it? like this at least.
Realized there was an audience for it, turned it into an official podcast, and now we have this content every day.
But again, he only called it a podcast so that people can stop bitching about it being an hour long. And now it's like pushing 2 hours. Like, and again, it's not even interesting. The way that he stretches out the podcast to be over an hour is like impressive. Like, even when I try to be DSP and I do my Dark Side Theo impression, I can't even do that if I tried. Like, I just can't. It's impossible because you have to be so boring that you can't say anything else. Like, at all.
And I'm incredibly appreciative to all of you who come by and hang out with me, talk these topics, hash this stuff out.
Like,
this podcast.
I would have to play a game and be really into it to not say a lot. But man, if I'm doing a video and I'm talking to the camera, if I'm doing like a video like this, I'm willing to talk. I'm willing to talk, man.
Podcast has actually helped me improve my content so much in the last couple of years.
Okay, what did the podcast improve? Let's think about this, right? I'm not including these little toys he has. I'm not including the soundproofing phone, the microphone, whatever. All that stuff, I don't count that because that's not from the podcast. That's for the streams in general. So what did the podcast do to improve the streams? Nothing.
I am so grateful. And for those of you who come by every day to hang out and support the podcast, as opposed to the gaming, I really...
What about the people who support the gaming? What about them? Fuck them, right?
Really am thankful because this is where my future lies. This kind of content, not just play games. Now, I want to keep playing games. Again, I don't want to get the wrong idea. So this means Phil's just going to stop playing games. He's done. No, I want to keep playing games. Look at...
By the way, I fucking love the hellscape he put himself with these fucking cameras where he's so, like, we're not even using that camera and he's like, I gotta tell it to turn off. Like, when he first got this AI camera, he wanted to turn off the hand signal so that way, like, he can toggle a switch, which I think is less intrusive, and that's what people should kind of use as a standard. I think these hand gestures are fucking dumb. Like, why would this be useful? Like, even, like, let's say you're doing a conference call, because these Logitech cameras, I think, are meant to be used for, like, conference calls, not for this. I don't think that it would be cool. Like, okay, you're in a conference call. You're like, okay, hi, boss. Okay, good. Oh, okay, boss, I just want to make sure that the camera wasn't following me. Okay, the camera's not following me. Okay, good. I'm zooming it in. Like, that's really dumb. I don't think that's useful at all for a camera. Like, I wouldn't want to, but in the scope of hate watching and whatever, it's just so funny that we now get DSP to do this. Like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb.
Look at what I've been doing recently with things like fighting games and stuff. It's been great. But we do have to have variety of content, and the podcast has become a critical part of that content. And the day I didn't do the podcast, we saw a decline in viewership. People.
But he already told us that Call of Duty doesn't always get support. But again, he's basing it off of one day. Who is to say that it was never gonna get support after that? Like, it's not a good sample size. You want to do an experiment, you want to kind of, like, have it run for a while to see where it's gonna lead. You don't want to, like, fucking do one day and then say that's the data. Like, so let's say he did that, right? And he got $150. You're telling me that he would then decide, okay, that solidifies that I don't need the podcast. Fuck no. I guarantee you, if he got like $1,000 for just doing gameplay and no podcast, we would still have the podcast. Because guess what? It was so bizarre, guys. Everyone was supporting me. I was so surprised, guys. It was a one-off thing, man. Wow. But I gotta keep doing the podcast because people love the podcast. So it doesn't matter. This is a self-fulfilling prophecy. And you can even argue he set up the gameplay to fail this experiment. He did not announce it that he was going to do a stream without the podcast to see if people would care or whatever. Because look at all this other stuff he done as an experiment, like the Lego streams. He got the goal to do it. Then he said after that, guys, I'm doing the Lego stream. Come join the Lego stream. We're going to see how it works and this and that. He got huge success day one and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's nonsense. But this got no hype that I am not doing the podcast. He just does it. And then it's like, yeah, man, didn't get, like, but it was right after a very successful marathon. But why can't he just try this in any other week that it wasn't carried by whales, right? But it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, he was never going to get rid of the podcast, even if it was successful. Even if that day was successful, he still would do a level 1 podcast. This is all a cope. It's all to just distract you from the idea that he had a massive drama going on behind the scenes.
People left. They didn't support. It's cause and effect.
But they did support. To say that nobody supported is really, really disrespectful. He got $80, and he's talking as if he got like $2 the whole day. That is disgusting. And this dude says, I am very appreciative, and we don't need it the goals every day, man. He doesn't hit the goal. For one day, he's like, see guys, nobody cares about the gameplay. They love the podcast. I didn't get any support. But man, this dude would cry if any other streamer was talk like this. This dude is nonsense. All to get his audience to go in line with his fucking narrative. This is why people say that he does hypnosis to his audience. Because what logic is this? This is all to get them to say, yes, Phil, we love the podcast. Yeah, man, you're right.
Okay?
Okay. All right.
Now, there's another factor here that I need to bring up. Okay, and this is going to be a big one. So hold on to your butts.
Okay.
But I need to do a quick shout out, okay?
Sorry, just had lunch. Okay, guys, calm down. Like, it's really like, it perfectly symbolizes in the fucking slideshow he has behind him. Is that it's full of nonsense and stock images. It's St. Patrick's Day. It's March. Let's just put random images that resemble the month I'm in. Whatever.
Someone tipped $1.50 and says, I feel like you did it because August the Duck's video on you went viral. It didn't go viral. It's doing exactly the same as every other documentary about me. It hashes through the same kind of content, the same kind of stuff.
How do you know? Did you watch it?
It didn't go viral. Would have been if it had like 10, 20 million views. It's not viral. You don't know what the word viral means. Okay, it's basically the same drama content. Okay,
what if it's viral for what it is, though? Now, I mean, whatever. Okay.
The other factor involved in all of this, all right, is very simple. Okay, I wanted to do a test.
No, you didn't.
See what would happen.
No. Go back. He literally said, I didn't plan for this, but I decided to make it an experiment. He didn't plan for it. Now he's saying I planned for it. The story already is falling apart. Because guess what? It's fucking bullshit. You're right, guys. It's bullshit. It wasn't an experiment. He just didn't want to do the podcast because of all the drama. It is insane. He says, I just didn't want to do a podcast. I was so stressed out for the drama going on. I wanted just to play a game and relax. And now he's like doubling down on this experiment angle. Because he wants us to forget that he literally told us that he's going through some shit.
If I had an entire day where I did not ask for contributions, where I did not make...
Again, he has done this before. He did a stream where he didn't beg as much, then he said at the end of the stream, see guys, I did beg and we did hit the goal. As you see guys, I need to remind people to hit the goal. Okay? I don't know where it is, but I think it happened a lot during the Vest streak. I know he bragged about not doing a shill segment because he was making so much money during the Vest streak. I do remember that. You know, obviously.
Mention goals and hype them up, where instead I just let the gameplay content speak for itself. Now, it's a little difficult to judge because perhaps if I had done the podcast, it would have been different. Maybe there would have been people who showed up to the podcast and supported it. You know, I don't know. You know, this is all hypothetical. You done the podcast, it would have been different. Maybe there would have been people who showed up to the podcast and supported it. You know, I don't know.
Maybe not.
You know, this is all hypothetical. You never know.
What right? Is the sample size? He did a stream without the podcast. Got $80. Next day he does the podcast, gets like what, $16. Like, okay. Let's go to part 71, right? I think this was...
Well, everyone, this is...
Alright, let's see where it ends in hour 1.
The gun, play the game. Are they in...
Dude, look at this. By the way, look at this face cam. It looks so fucking weird. And, dude, I must have said this before. It is so obvious that he got very insecure about his boobs. Look where the camera cuts off. It used to be... Okay, let's go a little bit further into this. Let's be mean about this because fuck Phil, right? Right, guys? Right, ladies and gentlemen?
Okay.
Wait, what?
Okay, so
Oh my god. This used to not play automatically for me, but whatever. Alright. Let's... By the way, look at these thumbs. Oh my god, let's fucking wait. You know what? Honestly, these may not have thumbnails. I'm thinking about this now. These could just be the YouTube automated thumbnails. So whatever. But these are definitely placed. Look at this. It looks like he's getting his dick sucked. He's like, ah! But like, yeah, these are also just random thumbnails that YouTube generated. So it looks really bad. This actually looks worse. Like, everything looks like the same size. So it just looks so bad. It just is an army of Phil's face. I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. But That's not why we're here. Let's not get too carried away. Let's go before he got scared about moobs, right? Let's see. Okay, this is
Alrighty.
look at this, right? You see his full body, like half his body, like this.
Everyone, welcome back to.
I think overall, him being like dead, like looking like this, is really off-putting. Like
He is not.
he just looks like the Full Metal Jacket meme. Like the fucking the Kubrick stare. That's what it just looks like now. Then you look at this and it's like he definitely got bullied about his tits, and then he got so insecure. And it looks worse. It looks worse. It looks like he's tied down to his chair. Like they tied him up, and he's just like forced to be there. Like it's just like this. He looks like that anyway. Like you look at the podcast, and it just looks like he's just kind of like stuck to the chair. It looks so uncomfortable, and it doesn't look real. But he has this weird, like, people have made fun of like how he looked like this, like, but that at least looks fine. But there's a lot of things. I think unfortunately a lot of it is just DSP is born with the most unfortunate face imaginable. I don't think DSP could be in any position and he doesn't look weird. He just is born to look weird and fucked up. Like he's the reason why people get plastic surgery. Like he's the reason why it exists. For people like him, where no matter what they do, they just don't look normal. So they have to get plastic surgery. Like it's like all the bad genes just went to him. Nothing he could do.
Right? But the results are the results. I didn't mention contributions. I didn't ask for contributions. All I did was shout them out as they came in, mentioned where we were with our running tally. Okay?
All right.
And
okay,
all day long, I did not hit a goal. In fact, I only got about halfway to my goals.
Dude,
on
even
both
this
streams.
guy says, "Is this deja vu?"
Okay?
Correct?
So I'm just going to make it known for those out there that say, hey, Phil, if you just sat around and played games and made it all about the games, and that was your
oh my god,
that say, hey.
By the way, this person says, being honest, when you begin your streams answering detractors and drama and engaging with negativity, I hate it and leave. I was hoping maybe you would wake up to that. Sorry, this is my last donut. DSP thinks that what Sin was saying was only about him talking to detractors. That's not what he said. It was a list of things that he did. And he did, let's see. Technically, he did respond to detractors because he talked about August the Duck. He, this, about focused on gameplay, he attributed to being trolls to begin with. But whatever. But he did talk about drama. And it is engaging with negativity because he was talking about it. That's what Sin could be talking about. He's saying in general. But whatever, okay.
Hey, Phil, if you just sat around and played games and made it all about the games, and that was your focus, you would have been fine. The problem is that you don't just focus on the games. You have these other segments. You have this.
Okay. Let's go through this bit by bit because he's going to go a little bit more into other stuff. But he said you'll do fine if you focus on games. He got $80. And DSP said that it wasn't a bad stream. He said it wasn't that bad. And he's saying that, well, so it's not that he's even wrong. He's not wrong. Because you did fine without the fucking podcast. You got $80. Now, he's going to argue that, well, if I keep doing it this way, it's going to be $80, and tomorrow it could be like $60, then it's going to be $10, it's going to diminish, whatever. Fine. Let's say that could happen. I mean, anything can happen. But either way, regardless, his support is diminishing regardless. It's being carried by, like, individuals. Not one person, individuals. But the reason why, like, it's maddening because the criticism of the podcast isn't that it exists and it should be removed. It's that it's too long. As I said before, when you have a podcast and you're just doing this, that you're doing something wrong. No other podcast I listen to fucking has these moment of silence segments, unless they're like doing a moment of silence for an actual tragedy. But this dude is sitting there like just. Or just talking about the schedule for way too long. Like, why can't he just, when he gets to the part where he's about having like a minute of silence, to just end the podcast? But it goes on and on and on to the point where the podcast feels like it takes forever. The pacing is terrible. And all it is just to waste time. And that's his entire streams. It's not even just the podcast, it's everything. It is just there to waste time. And it shows. It shows. The way he talks about doing the Legos, the way he talks about playing games, it all comes off as just wasting time to pass the day, get paid, and then die of old age. He's just waiting to die at this point. Because there's nothing entertaining. The only entertainment that you could possibly get is just to laugh at the potential bad gamer takes he may have. Like the Lost Records thing, everyone's saying, oh, why is he playing this? Honestly, I kind of look forward to him playing these games because if there's one thing I at this point I'm desperate to enjoy, is him complaining about nonsensical woke bullshit that is ridiculous. Why would you want to play a game as a lesbian girl hiking? Like, okay, but what if someone else wants to play that kind of game? I mean, it was such a dumb take that it's like, you can watch other people who complain about woke stuff in video games, and they'll probably have a little more to say than what DSP has to say. Which is like, it's so funny. Imagine DSP decides to go into that culture war grifting slot machine. It would just be so cartoonishly dumb. It would just be like, this game has lesbians? Well, I don't have anything wrong with that, but let's think about this, guys. You're walking in the woods. Who wants to walk in the woods in a video game? And it'd be like such weird shit. And it would just be so forced that it would just... I wonder it would be to a point where it would actually heal the internet. And people would just be like, wow, this is kind of dumb. Maybe we should just, like, move on or something. Like, imagine DSP starts doing it, then everyone's like, okay, yeah, I think we're gonna, like, just not buy games you don't want to buy and move on and talk about games we actually enjoy. Imagine that's the case. And then DSP will say, so guys, get this, right? I start going into talking about video game news that everyone told me I should do. Talk about wokeness in video games. I do that, and now I get no views. And everyone's already doing something else. Wow. See how much, a flash in the pan it is? It's like a fan, man. Pendulum swinging.
This other content you talk about, just go games like you used to. Okay? Well, I'm just going to be honest with all of you. No, that doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't. All right?
How did it not work? It was one day. He got $80 in the Call of Duty stream. I don't know how much he made in the other stream because I didn't really watch it. Let's see. Jeez, that camera angle is not pleasing at all. It's really bad, man. Let's see. It had to be this, right? Let's see. What shirt was he wearing? Did he change his shirt? Oh my god, dude. I am confused. No way. What? Wait. Oh my god, I'm dumb. Because he didn't do a podcast. I kept thinking the podcast. I thought, oh my god. I did not do that. No, nothing happened. Okay, shut up. Let's see. What was the last video? I think it was this one. I want to say it was this one.
All right, everyone.
Oh my god, it's so jarring.
All of the items unlocked. And I'm excited for more to see how it ends. Will there be a creepy twist ending? Will someone actually come after you? What are these ghosts you're seeing?
$74, dude. He is saying he's talking about this experiment day as if like he made $1. And he's like, yeah, man, as you can see, games don't work. Dude, you made $74. Remember when $50 a stream was a success to him? But now, he's like, well, one day I didn't hit the goal, guys. I thought the whole point of this dumb fuck goal system was so that we can hit the goal whenever we hit it, and there's no pressure to hit the goal every stream, and we don't need to hit the goal every stream. But one day was enough to convince him that gaming doesn't work. But he's not changing anything meaningful. This is really, really dented.
It's incredibly hard in this day and age to make a living just focusing on video games. This is a bad take. All right?
It's not a bad take. Again, when people said from to focus on video games, they're saying that because the podcast is so dull that it's like, why is it this long? And he doesn't want to shrink it to be a necessity to how long it is, because you can't have a podcast go on and on and on and have it be enjoyable. And it is ridiculous. He reads a super chat, he does shoutouts, which is like fine on its own, but he sometimes gets derailed by dumb bullshit that's being super chatted with him, and he doesn't know when to pace anything. That's why when, like, there's that one podcast, he's like, I'm gonna talk about this, there's gonna be a big story, and he was gonna react to some drama or whatever the fuck. It was really weird. And then, like, he got derailed by his super chat, by all these shout outs and this and that, and I was like, well, I couldn't do it, so I'll do it tomorrow. He never did it again. And it's like, he doesn't even prioritize his own talking points. He had a gaming news story he wanted to talk about in this podcast, and since he got long-winded about dumb shit, he couldn't do it. He has no quality control in what he's talking about because he gets carried away. I mean, I do that too, to be fair. I'm not better than, but I at least try. Each time I do a video, I try to cut back on some things. I try. I mean, it's a key word. I try.
I tried for a very long time to stick to my guns, to be who I was, just gaming. It doesn't work anymore. All right? Seriously.
All right.
It needs to be a situation where basically therethere's got to be variety, there's got to be a mix. You know what I'm saying?
What is the variety?
There's got to be...
And it doesn't really help. This is the paradox or the fallacy that about when he used to do member goals for Halloween events and the Christmas event. He would say, we always do these events, but these are paid for events that hit a goal to do it. Like, you wouldn't do the event unless the goal was hit. The Lego stream, it was hidden behind a paywall. So this variety is based on the amount of money he's making, and he only does it off of the money he gets off of the gaming streams. Again, he did not want to do the Lego stream. Like, notice it, right? He bought the Lego set in December, never touched it, and Jerry comes around and says, well, I do want to do the Lego stream. I got the Legos. I'll do it someday, but not right now. We're playing games. Put it off. A dude said, hey, Phil, why do you do this as a King's hit goal, whatever the fuck? And he's like, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that. Oh no, it was Ari Cook Sakai that said he should do that. He does it, and now the Lego streams are all based on hitting goals. This isn't variety. These are things that are tied by monetary gain. This is not variety. Come on.
And understanding that it's not just about me sitting here playing games all day. It doesn't work anymore. The era of long form playthroughs and making a living just doing them ended a decade ago, arguably. Today, it doesn't work anymore. The era of long form playthroughs and making a living just doing them ended a decade ago.
That's not fully true, though.
Because people had to start
because there's other people that do that. I mean, in general, though, like, doing gameplay streams, that's always been a side thing for a lot of people. Like, no one does this as their main thing. Like, it's not their main squeeze. You know what I'm saying?
changing. There had to be sponsorships, partnerships.
Like, Jack Black had what, a YouTube channel or a Twitch stream, whatever the fuck, and he played games, but that didn't stop him from acting and doing whatever, you know? Like, he's still doing stuff. He didn't say, well, I gotta be a gamer. That's my life now. Like, come on.
Getting the games early, getting exclusive access, click this referral code, do that. That's how those kind of people are. Had to be sponsorships, partnerships, getting the games early, getting exclusive access, click this referral code, do that. That's how those kind of people are making a living today. It's very rare, and I'm not saying there's no situations, but it's very rare where you would find a situation where people are going to be able to just play the games.
But the other thing is, I love. We're gonna get into it. I'm gonna get into this point again, but I'll say it now. He acts as if these people who do like sponsorships, that's all they do. They don't do anything else. Like Maximilian, dude, probably has sponsorships and partnerships with all these companies, Capcom, whatever the fuck, blah blah blah. But did that get in the way of him playing Callisto Protocol? Did that get in the way of him doing other kinds of gameplay streams? No. He does it sparingly. People do stuff like on the side all the time. But he acts as if like the people who do sponsorships, that's all they do all day. That's their life every day. And then that may not even be the case. And some people's sponsorships are just G Fuel cups. They have something in the background, or they wear a shirt that says G Fuel, whatever the fuck. Like it can range from like something so small as like merchandise that they wear or they have in the background, or it can be the game that they get. But it's very minor in some cases, and it is what it is. But people use that to fund their other projects and this and that. He keeps acting as if that's all they do, and it's this cartoonish world of sponsorships and shilling. Like, he thinks that you're making a deal with the devil. Like, in any cartoon that talks about when the main character gets into a band and then they get swept up into success, and then the success gets to their head and they realize that they stop being friends after all this. Like, it's that story. He thinks that's like 100% reflective of real life. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Put out playthroughs and make a full living. All right, just being honest. I don't foresee that moving forward unless you are someone who plays that game, meaning you do the promotion, you do the sponsorship, you take the pay bag, you take the bag and run with it, right?
Take the bag.
Those are the people who are making a living doing it like that, okay?
How do you know that's how they're making a living, though? I love, by the way, that these people get mad when you insinuate how he makes a living, but he can insinuate how everyone else makes a living, and that's totally fine.
So, in that regard, I think that was definitive evidence that just doing the games doesn't work anymore, okay?
But you're based off of one game. But okay.
Honest. I got a couple more shout outs to do, and then we're gonna continue.
I got a question. I got a question, guys. If the podcast is such a staple and he needs it to get support and this and that, then why did he stop playing Metaphor, right? Metaphor had the level 1 podcast attached to it. Why couldn't he just play that game alongside the podcast? It's almost like this is bullshit.
Continue on with this train of thought. Beaver Bother with a $1.50 tip says, hope you have a good stream. Thank you, Beaver Bother. And then there was a $5 tip. No, we have not covered gaming news yet. Someone says, have you covered gaming news today yet?
We're not
no,
doing
I
gaming
have not.
news. It's only Ubisoft shit. And who knows what they're doing. Oh, I bet you it's like, oh, they were laying off people.
But we will get to it. There's one Ubisoft story. Then again, maybe we won't get to it today and we'll cover it tomorrow.
He's like, go outside and eat bricks.
I do feel like this is way more important. The Ubisoft story can be covered on any day. Okay. So Sin did a $10 super chat.
All right.
And says, being honest, when you begin your stream answering detractors and drama and engaging with negativity, I hate it and leave. I was hoping you woke up. Sorry, this is my last Dono King. We didn't do that today. I have not addressed a single detractor
but whatever.
at all. We're not addressing drama. We're talking about what happened, why my content was different yesterday.
But you said that there's
So if it's your last dono, I can't stop you. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
I think you need to cool the hell down, cool your jets somewhere else, because obviously you don't know what you're talking about on my stream. Okay. But thanks for the super chat. If it is your last super chat, it's much appreciated.
Comes back the next day.
And
hey,
thanks for
King,
ever contributing.
You're right. I
Sorry you feel that way. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
So you say you're gonna leave it, now you're back.
Continuing on. So number one, I can't just play games anymore and expect some kind of success. I can't. I can't just play the games. It's not enough. All right? There's got to be change moving forward. So that's number one.
All right.
Okay? Number two,
change.
The other factor here, okay? I literally did not ask for support yesterday at all.
Okay.
And as you know, it's become part of my routine. It's part of...
Now think about this, right? He didn't beg, and he was still able to get $80 on the day stream, I think, and then $74 in the night stream. He didn't have to beg for that. Just remember, in the past, he had to beg to get $50. So if we think about it, and we use these dumb fuck logic of using that one stream as an example, you can deduce that he got more support. And if the minimum he gets off of not begging is $80, why not build on off of that? The fact because he made it seem in the past if he never begged, he would get no money. He wouldn't get a lot of money at all. He still made over $50. He got near 100. So he could sit there and say, well, I could do this and I could find other ways to push it. Or maybe play a different game and maybe that it would still get more support. But no, we have to double down, quadruple down, defend the fuck out of begging. It is insane how much this dude is defends begging. And he says it's a routine and part of his shtick.
Part of my shtick. We hype up the goals. We hype up getting excited over who's going to be the next super chatter, who's going to be the first tipper, who's going to do a sub over on King. And it works. It does. It legit works. People get excited.
But how do you know that works? What if they were going to do that anyway? He always says, these people are going to support me anyway. So, like, how does he know that it works because of the begging and not because they were going to support anyway?
I did when you hype stuff up in a positive manner. And as long as people understand that you're hyping things up in this positive manner and that it's to hit goals, to get rewards, to get excited, then I don't see there's anything wrong with that. All right? Where I do think that there's stuff wrong with it is, for example, if I get back to my old...
Guess what the bad thing is when he does his old ways. But this is really
old
silly
bad
too.
ways of saying things such as, you know, oh, I'm desperate. Oh my God, I can't pay my bills. I can't afford my groceries. You know what I mean? Like that stuff.
By the way, he never said he can't afford his groceries. He said we need money for groceries. Whatever the fuck. I don't think he ever said he couldn't afford them. I think he said that we need money for groceries to have a good day off. And I think he mostly said he couldn't afford. I don't know. It was really weird. It's weird begging, but it's kind of disingenuous. I feel I'm saying disingenuous too much, and I don't think that's accurate. Uh, Whatever. It's kind of stupid, right? To say that he was saying this begging back then because of the bankruptcy and this that when he has said this multiple times in the past and during the bankruptcy again, the year of the bankruptcy was during the vest streak where he got the most money. And he's sitting there like, oh, it was awful back then, man. Okay.
Stuff was extreme. Okay. To the point where I'm embarrassed.
No,
I know I did it for years. I'm sorry.
He's not embarrassed. I'm sorry. This is him trying to like see. I agree with you guys. I grew up, but no. You go back in time, and he was arguing with people, saying, I'm stating a fact. I'm saying if I don't get money, I can't do this. When you go to your job, and this happens, like all this shit, acting as if nobody has ever dealt with having to like have a tight finances to afford living in any other area, whatever the fuck, right? But it's just ridiculous, and what he's gonna say is kind of it doesn't it's not a good answer. Listen to this.
Sorry I did. It was because I was desperate. I was really in a bad way. There was a few years.
He wasn't desperate. He said he wasn't desperate back then. Again, he got fucking Vestreak money during that time. The majority of the bankruptcy year was him getting Vestreak money. It is so funny to me. He acts as if he was desperate, but he was making enough money anyway. Again, like it just doesn't hold up. Like it's either he was lying then or he's lying now. But again, DSP is a bad narrator. Like you can't trust him. And as I said before, he thinks just because he came forward on WWE Champions means that we can trust him now. That's not what it means. And it just means that you lied and that's it. No one's gonna give you trust that quickly. You have to earn it. And this dude was like giving Iron Cuck Sakai the runaround when he first left and came back. He's like, oh yeah, you gotta earn my trust again, Iron Cuck Sakai. But he apologized day one, and you were like, I can't trust you. But when DSP says, I lied for you guys for 7 years, trust me now, okay? I'm lying, I'm telling the truth now. So, we have to trust Phil immediately after he admitted to lying. But Iron Cuck Sakai had to, like, give him a lot of money and be in his chat for, like, weeks to get back on his kick chat. To get back into his kick chat. Like, it just doesn't add up. Because this dude is a pathological liar. You can't trust him.
Years there where I had no money, no credit, everything was falling apart because of the bankruptcy, and everything was destroyed. Okay?
He just didn't have credit. Cat still had a job, supposedly. He was still playing Champions even during that time, by the way. If money was so tight, again, this is like DSP wants to argue that he didn't spend enough money. He didn't spend a lot of money in Champions. Regardless of how much he spent, he could spend $50 in Champions. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, if you're tight for money, the first thing to go is needless expenditures. He didn't want to save that money into anything else, into the business or anything. He instead wanted to put that into Champions and have his audience pay for the games that he was going to stream and make money off of. Like, it's complete clown world. How this worked out for him. And he's sitting there like, I was desperate, guys. Okay.
Okay? Now I'm in a better place. So I'm not doing that shit. And, you know, I would hope I never, ever do it again. So, you know, I'm hoping.
But there are literal clips of him saying, guys, if you don't hit the goal now, I have to tell Kat to make dinner and we really want to eat out. Like, it really became, you make enough food for a week or whatever, you cook, you have enough food for a few days, and then, like, you finish it. And you're like, you know what? At the end of this, I think I want to order out. And I'm going to order out and then I'll cook the next day or whatever. I'm going to have like a little vacation. I'm just going to have a little day off of cooking or whatever. DSP, in my opinion, I think he wanted to time all these goals around the time when they ran out of leftovers, so that way they can order out. Because all these fucking DSP tries it is always like, I'm ordering stuff with Kat. Come on.
I'm hoping to improve for the better over time, and I hope that I am improving for the better over time. Instead of saying, hey, I'm desperate, say, hey, let's get hype. Right? Let's get this moving. Let's get
See how dumb this is? So, it's not that begging is done. Now it just has different words. It's another weasel word. Again, my pre-stream isn't long. It's a podcast now. That's the logic. I'm not begging. I am hyping it up. Yeah, guys, I'm not detracting Phil. I'm just stating observations about Phil. I'm not hating on Phil. I'm just disagreeing with Phil. So he can't be that mad. I'm not hating on him. I'm just disagreeing. Like, it's the same weaselly logic. This is childish to say that, well, I'm not begging. I'm just hyping you guys up. Guys, let's hit the goal so we can eat some fast food. And some of the fucking hype sessions are fucking cringe. It's literally like,
okay, you wanna see me eat burgers and fries and eat this
and like jowl shakes. I can't even do it because I don't want to like get too. I don't want to cringe myself too hard. But he would do all this like fucking like. Every time he would do it, if you watched Trailer Park Boys, you know what I'm gonna say. He sounds like fucking Bubbles when he does it. Every time he does it, I hear Bubbles. I think. It's Bubbles or Goggles. I want to say Bubbles. Let's see if we can find a clip. I'm just gonna Google Trailer Park Boys Bubbles. The best of let's see the best.
Do you live around here?
I live right here in this van with my kitty.
I see.
Have you read the Bible?
Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. What's it to you?
Can you read, my son?
Oh my god. That is the most DSP answer I have heard. 15 seconds in, my point has been made.
Well, that depends. Can you go fuck yourself?
Okay, boys. Rule number 1.
Oh, man,
no living in a van in Sunnyvale Trailer Park.
T-Rock, you better straighten Panama Jack the fuck out right now. What the fuck? All right, arsehole. Clean up this fucking garbage.
Now listen, get your fucking cats off my property, or I'm gonna call animal control and have them all put the fuck in sleep.
Oh, yeah? You think you can do it if I'm fucking knocked out, huh? Julian! Help me, I'm all tangled up in this fucking wire!
Come on, guys, we gotta get out of here. We're not leaving
Ricky! Julian! Help me, I'm all tangled up in this fucking wire! All right, I guess I'm gonna try to rap for you guys. I've never fucking rap like.
God, I miss this show. It's sad for multiple reasons because I think the transition from being live action to trying to be an animated show, and I don't think that was that funny. And then it just ended. But I also think like once Mr. Leahy passed away, like I don't think you could really continue. But that was such a good show. Like, man, I went from like kind of not because I thought I wasn't gonna like it when my friend was just like showing me it, but I kept watching. I was like, no, this is actually pretty funny. I came around to it. Oh man, it's so good. But that's under reminding of every time you do that fucking. You want to see me eat pizza and do this and show my mouth and do, like that just sounds like Bubbles when he's like excited about something. Do you read the Bible? Maybe I have. Maybe I haven't. What's it to you? That is something DSP would definitely say. Phil, have you read the Bible? Maybe I have. Maybe I haven't. What's it to you, man?
Get momentum. Let's hit the goal. Let's do a big reward, an exciting thing. I mean, if I hadn't hyped...
And then when Bubbles had the nunchucks and all that shit, that's really how DSP sees himself when he does his tough guy act. Oh, you think I'm a beggar? Say it to my face, bitch!
Hyped up all of our goals over the last couple of weeks. We wouldn't have had a Ninja Turtles pizza party. We wouldn't have done the 5 Nights at Freddy's Torture-thon like we just did on Monday. That probably would have been much later in coming, right?
But let's hear this again.
Turtles pizza party. We wouldn't have done the 5 Nights at Freddy's Torture-thon like we just did on Monday. That probably would have been much later in coming.
Yeah, but wasn't that the entire fucking point of the fucking goal system? This dude said that the whole point of this new goal system isn't to be streaks and no pressure, but we can hit goals and do them when we hit them. And now it's like, well, we would have done it much later. But the day before, it was him just saying, guys, let's really hit the goal. Let's hit the goal, guys. Oh my god, guys. He was pushing so hard to do the 5 Nights at Freddy's marathon on Monday. Out of nowhere, he was like thirsty to do it on Monday. And then he got his wish and he got to do it on Monday. And he goes, guys, unbelievable. You wouldn't believe it, but it's true. We're doing the marathon on Monday. Dude, you were like harping on it to be done, to do it on Monday.
Incoming, right? I mean, hell, we're almost to the next reward right now. And I don't think that would have happened either. We're talking, we're getting accelerated rewards and special things.
But let's think about this, right? When did he get the majority of the money, right? During the 5 Nights at Freddy's marathon, that was gameplay, correct? So, if we use DSP's logic of experiments, then clearly people love gameplay, right? Correct?
The Lego night. That was something special a couple weeks ago that we did just specifically because we're hitting goals. And that was something you guys told me you wanted.
No,
you said, don't do a DSP tries it, do a Lego night instead. So we did.
He got mad at people saying, don't do DSP tries it before. He was like, you guys love fast food. And then Iron Cuts the guy said, well, I guess do Legos, which guess what, he already owns, so of course he was willing to do it. See how dumb this is? Of course it is.
And now there's people who are legitimately really enjoying that content, correct?
Dude, you know what? Okay.
So the way
imagine if DSP did an art stream. He streamed himself drawing. You know what? He should do that. Honestly, okay. You know that PewDiePie did that one video series where he did like, he drew for an entire month or whatever the fuck? And everyone was talking about it. DSP should do that. That would be like. And Trey said, well, I don't have any experience. It doesn't matter. Honestly, like, I feel more people should draw, even if they suck at it. Fuck it. Just do it. Just fucking do it, man. Why not? But why not do that, right? Oh, but he's scared that people are going to make fun of him. I mean, I probably would make fun of him, but my art sucks too. It's all good. You know, one bad artist is going to notice another bad artist. I mean, what's the harm in that, man?
The way I see it, as long as it's being done in a way, okay, where basically I am not being irresponsible, then it's okay. But if I am getting to...
This is really like when someone says, guys, I will determine when there's a conflict of interest, and you're talking about yourself, like you're gonna, pretty much, you're saying, I'm gonna self-regulate myself, guys. No, you're fucking not. No one's gonna self-regulate themselves in any meaningful way. They need someone else, an outside party, to be like impartial so that they can regulate you and they can be an outside like factor. That's why, like, when you do art, sometimes it is nice to get some criticism or something from someone else to look at it, or to get fresh eyes on it so that you know what to do. All this kind of stuff, because you're not gonna really know when you cross the line. He has crossed the line with this new era of begging multiple times, but he's like, well, I'm not begging for grocery money, so I'm good. But it's like, yeah, you're not gonna say that you're doing anything bad because you're happy with what you're doing now, though. Like, he's saying that what he's doing now is just hype and this and that, but you tune into his stream and he's calculating when to hit the goals, how to hit the goals, when he wants to do the event, and all this other stuff. Like, that's not very chill and relaxed. It's just, guys, if we... Oh my god, guys. It's a true DSP experience.
Okay, guys, so, like, we want to do the Ninja Turtles beach party on Wednesday of next week, so we gotta hit the goal, once every day. We gotta hit the goal for, like, all these streams, guys. I mean, or we do it, like, this day, we can, like, space it, like, he does all of that. That's not very chill. And he's sitting there acting as if, like, this is, like, a cool thing.
Getting to the point where it is irresponsible and I'm begging hard because I'm saying, oh, I desperately need it and all of that.
Begging hard to him is literally saying, like, it's him acting as, like, he said this before about begging. Guys, I'm not begging. Am I going on camera saying,
guys, I really need money. I'm gonna be evicted, and they're gonna, like, I have to sell my kidney.
Of course you're not saying that dumb shit. You're on stream calculating how many goals to hit to do the next event. You're explaining all this shit that you don't need to explain.
That's messed up. Okay? It is. So that's just another take from yesterday. I did a day with 0 asks. 0. Not once did I say, hey, contribute.
0
hey,
asks.
Let's hit the goal. Hey, let's do this. Not once. Did I get support? I did. I did get support.
Yeah.
Did I hit any of my goals? No, I did not. Not at all. Okay? So there's your evidence.
You got $80.
I'll still do all right.
See, it's all right. Maybe that's what people want from you, right? Maybe... Because he acts as if, like, people who ask him not to beg, they want him to be homeless. But it's like, if you're doing all right with $80, then maybe be okay with it. And then if you get $150, that's one to the goal. Like, this is the thing. This is like, he doesn't understand. It's something with the streaks. He tries to force the streak to go on and on and on and on. But the point of counting streaks is to count the absurdity of hitting them. And then if he doesn't hit him, whatever. That is the point. It's not to harp on it over and over to the point where you're forcing yourself to be stressed about it. Like, that's not very chill, my guy. And this new goal system, it was supposed to alleviate the stress and the burden. So him making $80, yeah, it didn't hit the goal, but isn't that the point? So you don't have to hit the goal every stream? Why are we talking about we need to hit the stream at least once a day at that point? Well, I'm gonna be generous and say that he's at least asking for one stream to hit the goal. But then if the other stream doesn't hit the goal the next day, let's make up for the goal for last night that we didn't hit the goal. It's asking for more. It's complete nonsense. And him saying it was alright that he didn't hit the goal, that he made $80 or whatever, really says a lot. That it doesn't matter about hitting the goals. If he's getting $80, if that's alright to him, then he should be fine regardless, and he doesn't need to fucking harass his audience to give him support. But the other thing is, he doesn't need, like, if you want, no one has said, you should never ever beg and should never cry for money, or whatever, or to hype up money, whatever the fuck. If it was alright that he did nothing and got $80, I mean, that's kind of crazy when you think about it. The least he could do, right, would be maybe talk about it for like 2 minutes in his podcast, and then he doesn't need to talk about it or harp on it anymore. Or talk about when he takes a break in between the stream or whatever the fuck, but he harps on it and goes on and then says, guys, let's make a round number. Guys, let's spread it across the board, as they say. And I think that's really disgusting when he's been saying that. Let's get 1 membership, 1 sub, 1 super chat, 1 tip, and that'll get the momentum going. That'll get the juices flowing. Like, that is greedy. That's how greedy people talk. But he's not greedy, guys. But again, he doesn't need to do that. He could just say, guys, if you want to see me have a pizza party with TMNT pizza party or whatever the fuck, support the streams through this method. All right, let's go on. Whatever. But instead he goes on and on and on. And just because he's hyping it up and jumping up and down for it doesn't make it less annoying. It might make it annoying for more people. Again, it blows my mind that I can tune into a DSP stream and there's a higher chance I'll be told to give him money in some nefarious, some silly way.
If I'm never asking for support, well, likely what'll happen is you'll have incredibly slow days, and that will hurt me.
How do you know? You didn't do an experiment on this. You did 1 day, got $80, which you could have gotten any other day, by the way, and did no other experiment to see how long it would last. He doesn't even know if it would go down or up if he did it more often. He did it only once, and it was by accident.
To be frank, okay, you don't want to have a series of incredibly slow days. It would be much harder to hit goals, to do celebratory rewards, to get hype for marathons. Like, that all goes hand in hand. Okay, it does.
All right.
So I'm just going off the evidence as presented to me. All right. Something completely different was tried, and it had to be done organically, meaning I didn't announce ahead of time that I was doing an experiment. Okay, really, it had to be done with the...
Wait, what?
And it had to be done organically, meaning I didn't announce ahead of time that I was doing an experiment.
But it wasn't organic. It just wasn't. But he always tells us about experiments anyway. But regardless, it wasn't organic because he said it was overnight. He said, guys, I may not be streaming tomorrow. Smart Guys is delayed. Whatever the fuck. He said this, like, overnight. It's not organic.
Okay, really, it had to be done with the right timing, and it was. It was a day when things were horrible for me. I just needed to take my mind off of everything. I wanted to immerse myself in the games. I didn't want to sit here doing an interactive stream.
You know what? This is the other funny thing, right? When it comes to anything else, we gotta phase into it. We gotta do it slowly. Slow transition, if you will. We gotta slowly get there. Whatever. He does one stream, and then that's the end all be all. No transition to it, nothing gradual about it. We didn't even do it for a few days to have it set in that he's not doing the podcast. It was just, we did it once, didn't work, that's it. So he's able to do that so quickly like that, but when it came to anything else, we gotta wait for the right time, we gotta wait for the planets to align. I gotta wait until Cat rolls over. I gotta wait until Jasper does a backflip, then I can do it.
Where I felt like shit. I didn't want to be shilling all day. I just wanted to sit here and be focused to get through the day, and it worked. Okay? So all those factors combined, all right? There's a few things.
So he basically just didn't have, he's basically admitting he had a day off and just streamed on his day off. That's basically what he said, which I thought that when you want to unwind, you don't want to be streaming, right? You see how clown world this dude is in real life?
Things that I've kind of surmised and gotten out of it. All right? And here it is, because I'm going to present it to you now. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
This is going to be very long. I'm very sorry, guys. This is a feature-length
moving forward,
video.
Darkside Phil, have 3 ways that I can continue.
The 3
And I think all 3 ways I can be successful. Okay? I feel like if I don't take one of these 3 paths, I see 3 roads before me. One goes left, one goes right, and one goes right up the middle. Okay? And I see all 3 roads, and I don't know what the right course of action is. And to be quite frank with you,
This is stupid. This is so stupid. So he sees three roads, and he needs to take one. He needs to take one.
okay?
This is a pignosis segment. Get ready. Get ready. Get your fucking gas masks on. Get ready.
And I see all three roads, and I don't know what the right course of action is. And to be quite frank with you, I don't actually believe there is a right choice. But allow me to present to you
No,
the
he
three
knows there's
paths
a right choice.
based on my observations recently, okay? Path number 1 would be a path that many content creators changed to, course-corrected to.
Oh man, word salad.
Path number 1
Course corrected
would be a
changed
path
to,
that many content creators changed to, course-corrected to. All right, over the years. What do I mean by that?
How did they course correct? That implies that they were led astray before, and then they course corrected to the correct path, which that's not what that means, or it's not used correctly.
Something smells in here. Look, something smells. What's that? Anyone smell something? Oh, did someone cut the cheese? Oh, a fart that smells just did a super chat. That's what it is. Well, I'll shout that out in a minute. I'll shout that out in a minute. All right. So,
Shut up, bitch.
course number 1 is a simple course, but it's a course that would mean a lot of changes for me.
It's a simple course. Okay.
Sell out.
Sell out, like the song from Real Big Fish. Sell out. Great song, right? Sell out.
Just give up on the fact that I've been this stubborn.
Listen to how he describes this. Again, this is a pignosis segment. He's pignosing the masses. Because, okay guys, I'm going to offer you three paths, okay? And this will improve my content. Path number 1, I drink bleach. Now everyone thinks that bleach is tasty. I could drink it, and then I'll die, and then it'll be awful, and it will be terrible. But I could do that. Path number 2, I can eat bricks and break my teeth and bleed, and it will be painful and awful, and it will be terrible. Or path 3, I just drink water, eat some food, and then turn on the camera and make a video sometimes. What do you think I should take, guys? I don't know. There's no right answer. Well, all three of those seem pretty good, guys.
Asshole for the last 10 to 15 years of my life and career and say, I give up on trying to be different. I've been this stubborn asshole for the last 10 to 15 years of my life and career.
Sorry, I mean, okay, you said so.
Course, but it's a course that would mean a lot of changes for me. All right.
By the way, there's gonna be a lot of smug faces in this segment too. So you're gonna get a smug overload.
Sell out. Just give up on the fact that I've been this stubborn asshole for the last 10 to 15 years of my life and career and say, I give up on trying to be different. I give up on trying to do things in a different way. I should just do what's best for myself and my family and say, fuck all this. Stop standing on my own laurels, my own values, my own loyalty.
See how dumb this is? Like, what does he think people do when they get these, like, sponsorships? Like, he doesn't need to sit there and get a Sony sponsorship and then shit on Xbox or whatever the fuck. He could just get a G Fuel sponsorship, have a little G Fuel cup in the background, and play Street Fighter and say how much it sucks or whatever the fuck. And that would be fun. Again, there are people who have done, like, bad content that has sponsorships. But this guy, and keep in mind, fun little thing to keep in the back of your head. This is all coming from Mr. Moderation. Yeah, you gotta do things in moderation. And then when he talks about doing sponsorships, it's all in or nothing. We can't do small sponsorships or do some occasional early access or whatever. It's either it's all that and it's his entire personality or it's none of it. This dude is so absolute, but at the end of the day, he made a bed and he has to sleep in it at this point, because if he does, let's say he does what I think anyone would do, is do like reasonable sponsorships, maybe do something like, something in the background, whatever the fuck, something that's like minuscule and out of the way or whatever, he will get flack from people like me saying, wow, he's doing a sponsorship, he's sold out, even though he says, well, that's what you told me to do. But the thing is, this is what I said about him when he went back to Twitch, with everything. You can't sit there and act as if you'd rather die than do something, and then do the thing you said you'd rather die, and then be surprised when people said, wow, this guy did this, when it's like, you made it a big deal. He said he'd rather be homeless than go back to Twitch. And guess what? He went back to Twitch like right after. And it's like, dude, you can't sit there and try to convince us that you're not a clown and you act this way. So he can sit there and say, I would never sell out. Fuck selling out. And then if he decides to sell out in a reasonable way, people are going to call him out for that. They say, well, didn't you guys think I should have done sponsorships? You should, sure, but when you do it, you can't expect people to not be like calling out for being a hypocrite. Like, this dude just wants to say all this stuff as a thing to be a marketing tactic. Yeah, guys, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm a little guy. Yeah. And then when you get big, oh, who the fuck are you? Like, he's literally that guy.
Oh, my honesty. What does it all really mean anyway? Right? At the end of the day, does any of it...
And it's kind of telling too, right? He says, what does that really mean? What's honesty? So, again, pignosis. He's setting this up to make you not want to pick it. So, option one, I could be a sponsor, I could sell my soul out, and then, like, I will be dishonest with you, I'm gonna be a shill, I'm not gonna be the real me, that, or I could not do that. Wow, what an option. Like, come on.
Any of it actually matter? Or does what matters is that I have the ability to provide for my family? Okay?
But isn't that what you decide? Shouldn't you make those decisions? The only reason why people told him that he should sell out and do sponsorships is because this dude is like, guys, I need money. And it would alleviate the necessity for being crowdfunded. But he brags about being crowdfunded. This is what's so dumb. And this is why I knew, by the way, that this was going to be a long fucking video. Because this fake Telltale style option is the same fucking shit he said like a month ago. He said this year, and he's repackaging the same again, acting as if this is a brand new revelation. My God.
So when I say this, what do I mean?
What do I mean?
Immediately I start reaching out to every major company that makes games, all those PR managers in between, indie game companies, game peripheral companies.
He tells us every day, indie game companies reach out to him anyway. He doesn't need to find them, they'll find him. Correct? I thought he gets constant emails. I guarantee you those emails are from Stream Elements. Like, they send you all these dumb fucking sponsorships to the point where, like, people are saying some of them are even scams. So you have to, like, really read the email or not take them because they're a scam.
Companies, every single fucking company. And I say, hey, let's make a deal. Send me your game.
I don't think that's how it works. I don't think people like reach out to these. Let's make a deal. I think it's like you apply and then they'll either give it to you or they don't.
Send me your product. Send me this, and I will shill it. Right? I will shill every.
Okay. So so Arc System works. Put out a Arc System program, whatever the fuck that people could apply to. I did apply for it, and unfortunately, these fuckers did not accept my application. It was bullshit. And I was like, dude, I fucking chill Guilty Gear every time I breathe. And you're telling me you don't want me to chill your bullshit? Fine. I'll make my own Arc System project, whatever the fuck. But anyways, I not get accepted in the creators program. But I'd assume more companies are gonna do that more than like what they're doing now, because it's more direct with them and they can have more control over who they give codes out and this and that, instead of going through a middleman. So I feel that this middleman thing he's talking about is slowly gonna be phased out over time. And it might only be like indie games or other companies, because I feel like more and more companies are going to slowly start having a creator program, because these are things that are like open to streamers, artists, cosplayers, all, everyone. Like, so I think that's where it's going to lead into. And these are not things that are monetary either. Like the Arc System thing isn't a monetary thing. All it does is that they'll probably have you like mod for their streams. They'll probably have you like just do publicity or whatever the fuck. It's probably gonna be like, just small little things. They're not gonna be like, okay, we're gonna pay you a flat fee or a fee. They're probably just gonna give you codes. You're not gonna get any monetary thing out of it. Because these are just for just marketing purposes.
Everything possible. I'll use your referral code. I will play your game early, and I will not break the street date, and I won't say a negative word about your game. I'll kiss its butt. I'll do exclusive stream.
See all of this? This is not what people do when they're sponsored or they get early copies. He thinks that that's what happens. But a lot of people get these early copies. Yeah, they can't sit there and say, the game sucks, guys. Or whatever. They just play the game and they chill and interact. He keeps thinking that this is some cartoon world where, like, because he's basing off of these small news stories about some contract saying, oh, you must praise our game or whatever the fuck until release or whatever the fuck, blah blah blah. Like the thing that happened with I want to say Marvel Rivals, but I think it's something else. But whatever, it happened in a Marvel game. It happened multiple times. But the thing is, when you look at these stories, people are breaking the stories themselves. It's not like, oh, dude, a guy leaked it, and the streamers do not want you to know this. It's the people that are part of the program that said, hey, this says this, and I'm not comfortable doing this now, because I don't want to be beholden to this. And that's how it breaks. But DSP always sees these stories and says, guys, they broke a story, and it was this. See what I mean when sponsorships are fucking chills and fake? But it's like, that's not the case. And then he says it's a unspoken rule. But it's like, yeah, they may not shit on them because not everyone needs, like, it's as I said before, he has this weird, like, association that being honest means being negative, which is, like, the weirdest connection. Because what if I did get a sponsored game, right? And I actually genuinely enjoyed it. Does that mean I'm lying? Because I happen to like the game? No. But according to DSP, I must be lying because I'm saying the game is so good. But what if it is good? What if I do like it? But if I'm gonna be honest, I have to say it's bad, right?
Stream previews for my audience so they'll see games ahead of time, and I'll get everything early.
And this shows how disingenuous this guy is. Again, when he got spawn seats, he literally banned a viewer for saying the shirts are made in China. And DSP was like, okay, you're banned, save that house, fuck you. And then when the sponsorship exploded in on itself, okay, I unbanned save that house. But guys, what was I supposed to do? He was talking shit about my sponsor. But I don't think the sponsor would give a fuck about what his stream chat would say about them. Right? Even in his own cartoon world. But all he would have to do for that stupid chair would say, hey guys, you can buy a chair from this. But to him, he was like, guys, this chair is amazing. This chair, my back is cured. Oh my god, I have a bad, guys, you guys know I have a bad back. I got this chair and now my back is straighter than ever. Because this dude is fucking fake. He has all these sponsorship videos anyway. Like, this dude is the #1 chill when given the opportunity. Again, go back and watch the research that Tevin did on fucking LOL. That whole stream was, wow, this is actually
very interesting. And then he's like, okay, L hell. Wait, you guys may ask, what's L hell? Well, I'm here to tell you about L hell. As you can see, like, it was a fucking E3 press conference. He might as well have gone to E3 with this fucking game. And he's sitting there saying, I'm an honest guy. See, if I did sponsorships, I would have to do this. He did that with the Twitch bounties. And then he got butthurt when he was kicked out of it. But I thought you wanted to be honest, Phil. Why is it such a big deal that you got kicked out of the Twitch bounty program?
Early, and I'll do advanced reviews and sneak peeks, and you can fly me out to events where you can schmooze me in person and
What does he think people do when they get early copies? He really, like, this fly people out, and this are people who are, like, big time, huge fucking content creators, like influencers. Like, they don't do that just for anyone. They do that for the people who are, like, big dogs. Or people who get enough attention. He would not get that. They will not fly out Dark Side Phil at anywhere. Anywhere. He would need it, like, incredibly boosted. The most he'd get out of from game companies is just the game. They will not send him a care package. They might, but they'll probably just give him the game. The only way I can see them giving of any game company giving him a care package is if they made a lot of them, and they were meant to be given to any content creator that has a pulse.
and fluff me up so that I can get hype for your game and say you
Wait, what is
do
this?
advanced reviews and sneak peeks, and you can fly me out to events where you can schmooze me.
Does this sound like he wants to do it? Like, again, he wants to give us 3 options, and he's describing the doing sponsorships in this way. Does this sound like he wants to do it? This is mocking. This is a mocking tone.
Schmooze me in person and fluff me up so that
And then he acts as if, like, they're gonna do a sponsorship with him, and then they're gonna, like, fucking suck his dick about it. They're not gonna do that. They're probably just gonna, like, if they're gonna fly him out, all they're gonna do is fly him somewhere and then just have him sit at a table, basically, or just, like, walk around. They're not gonna be like, guys, Darkside Phil is gonna play our brand new video game, Fire Emblem 10 Houses. And he's such an amazing guy. Look how cool he is. And he played 3 houses, and he stuck through it, and he loved it. Guys, Phil is an innovator. But guess what? He does that. He wants that from his audience anyway. His audience fluffs him up.
so that I can get hype for your game and say the game is the best game ever. Everyone should be excited for it. Everyone should buy it. And you, in turn, will give me money, or you will give me exclusive access to that, so that then I will benefit from it. And then it'll be you pat me on the back, I pat you on the back, unspoken.
That's not what that's not the saying. It's you scratch my back, I scratch yours. But that's not what happens in these deals. It's just, hey, we will sponsor you, or no. I mean, it's not even a sponsorship. These people who give early access isn't sponsoring the streamer. They're just giving them early access. They're like, okay, like, dude, he did that for Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. He did that for that game. And it was a review copy. They did a review copy for Hori, and then he got butthurt. Like, this dude is a massive clown. He got the Hori Deus Ex Machina Joy-Cons. He didn't even use them. Cat used them. And they used it for Animal Crossing. They didn't even use it for the game it was designed for. He played Animal Crossing, and he didn't even use the Joy-Cons. His review was all based on what Cat's impression was. So was he being honest? Honestly, it would be really funny if someone at Hori saw that, because he didn't say it in the video. He said, I think he said it on a pre-stream. He might have said it in the video, to be honest, but they could have watched that and said, oh, he didn't use that? His wife did? We thought he was going to use it. Well, we're not going to pay him then. We're not giving any bonuses because he did not scratch our back. He just made a video. He didn't use it, so, like, fuck this guy. Because he was arguably just reading a review on Amazon, basically.
Rule that we will keep this in the loop and we'll all just keep helping each other in a circle, and that's how we all make bank, and that's how we all get.
That's not how it works. Again, he has not been in the game. He's basing this off of TV logic. He thinks that all these people who get early copies are like in the DMs of all these companies, and they know the developer, they know the publisher, they're doing all this schmoozing, and that's not the case. Whatever.
Get by. Ladies and gentlemen, any content creator that you see that is a gamer or influencer who abides by everything that I just mentioned has sold out.
Technically, anyone that makes content for money, in general, when money changes hands, they sold out. DSP technically has sold, well, not technically, he basically did sell out. He did sell out. He went from playing games for free on YouTube to now it's all a business. He's not gonna play Metaphor because he didn't make him money. That is the definition of selling out. You don't want to play a game because it wasn't gonna make you money. He didn't even want to play the game with his dumb fucking wife. And according to them, I thought they liked Persona, right? And Metaphor was like Persona. So why can't Kat play Metaphor? She has an Xbox, and then, or what they could do is they could both play together and bond over this game in their off time. But no, he doesn't want to touch gaming outside the office, right? That's not selling out? Doing stuff for money? Your streams have been nothing but hyping up getting money for the next reward. We hit a goal, let's talk about the next 10 goals to hit. Let's talk about the next 50 goal hit reward. Let's talk about the next goal. Guys, the money. Let's spread it out amongst all this other stuff. That's not selling out? He even sold out his own fucking morals. He was against making money off of streaming websites. He called people who gave people bits and cheers and subs fucking like whores, basically. He said that, guys, if you're giving a streamer bits and cheers and this and that, why not go to a strip club? He is literally was mocking people for doing what he's doing now. And now he's doing it. He has done everything he said on Facecam. It's stupid. For dumb streamers, he does it. He mocks the fucking mic he has. Stupid. Green screen. Stupid. Soundproofing foam. Stupid. Everything he has, you see on the screen, he said was stupid at one point or another. And now that's his personality. That's not selling your own fucking morals out? But when a person does a sponsorship, that's on the side, that's like just a gamer cup or whatever the fuck. Oh, they sold out and they're being fake to you. Who are you to decide if they're lying or not? What is he basing that off of? Did he watch any of these streamers and they got lied to?
They don't make content because they're passionate about it. They don't make content because...
How do you know? Maximilian dude probably gets a lot of deals or whatever from fucking Capcom. You think he hates fighting games? He mad he just is not passionate about fighting games anymore? Come on. I followed artists that did get approved in the Arc System program, right? Does that mean that they're not passionate about the fucking game that they're talking about? These are artists that make a lot of good Guilty Gear fan art, and they talk about the lore a lot. They're passionate about the fucking games. And they may not even be good at the fucking fighting game, but they like the game, or they like the lore, they like all the stuff about it. Are they not passionate enough because they now are part of the Arc System program? No, they still are.
Because they care about what they're putting out. They make content because they want to make money, to make a living, to support their family, to make bank, to get rich, and to essentially take the bag.
Make bank. Take the bag.
That's it.
Oh, yes.
Now, is there anything wrong with that? That's up to you to decide.
Oh my god.
That's your own choice. Many people don't see any issue with it, and they go watch these. Now, is there any living to support their family, to make bank content because they care about what they're putting out? They make everything that I just mentioned That's how we all get by. Ladies, cool that we will keep this in the creator that you see that is a gamer or influencer who abides by everything that I just mentioned has sold out. They don't make content because they're passionate about it. They don't make content.
Again, how is he the arbiter of passion? This is what I've been criticizing about it. Like, that's why it was so funny when Side Scrolls asked him, what is meaningful? What makes this content meaningful? And he couldn't answer. He couldn't answer! It was such a goofy thing. And he's like, oh, well, they come and this and that. Like, what's meaningful? And then he sits there and is like, that's not meaningful. That's not passionate. How does he know what's going on in anyone's fucking head? Is he the arbiter of fucking meaningful passion?
Because they care about what they're putting out. They make content because they want to make money.
I'm sorry.
They don't make content because they're passionate about it. They don't make content because they care about what they're putting out. They make content because they want to make money, to make a living, to support their family.
Isn't that why you stream? To support your family? Again, I love that he's framing this negatively. And then listing like the same exact fucking reasons why DSP streams to support his family. But since these people are doing it the wrong way, the incorrect way of getting sponsorships, we gotta say that's bad.
To make bank, to get rich, and to essentially take the bag.
Take the bag,
That's
take the bag,
it.
take the bag.
Now, is there anything wrong with that? That's up to you to decide. That's your own choice. Many people don't see any issue with it. And they go watch these big creators who get thousands and thousands of viewers on their streams, who get all the access, who get all the extra stuff. I could have done that and done that over an issue with it. And they go,
oh my god.
Now, is there anything wrong with that?
Is there anything wrong with that? They're not passionate. They're shills. Is there anything wrong with that?
That's up to you to decide.
Oh, it's up to me?
That's your own choice.
Reed?
Many people don't see any issue with it. And they go watch these big creators who get thousands and thousands of viewers on their streams, who get all the
He said it was bad. There's so many ways. This is so fucking fake.
access, who get all the extra stuff. I could have done that and done that over a decade ago. I was in that group.
He did it. He did
I
that,
chose
though.
actively to not do it.
He
But
did it though. Come on.
I could.
He could.
It would mean a complete shift of focus. It would mean a complete and utter change from the content that I have put out for the last 16 plus years. There would be no honesty. It would be all fluff.
Listen to this.
It would mean a
Listen to this.
complete and utter change from the content that I have put out for the last 16 plus years. There would be no honesty. It would be all fluff.
Again, this is implying that people who take sponsorships or early access, again, he kind of conflates the two, but sponsorships doesn't necessarily mean you'll get early access. You can get a sponsorship with fucking G Fuel. Doesn't mean you're gonna get free games. But I guess he would be shilling G Fuel and say and lie about it. But again, you don't have to sell something and lie about it. He thinks that to sell something, you have to say, it's amazing and delicious and great. I mean, sure, you could, but you could also say, hey guys, G Fuel is sponsoring me, and it's this, it's that, whatever. But again, it's like 1 minute. And sometimes you don't even need to say anything, you just have it in the fucking background. But when it comes to getting early access, again, what is to say that the person who's enjoying the game is lying? Yeah, I get you want to be cynical and skeptical about the things you hear online, but you could say that about anything you hear online anyway. Like, come on.
Now, the streams would be way more positive. You would never hear me talking about detractors ever again. I actually mean that.
Wait,
Honesty. It would
this part, it kind of got me by surprise. Listen
be
to
all
this.
fluff. Now, the streams would be way more positive. You would never hear me talking about detractors ever again.
I thought he doesn't want to talk about detractors, right? Remember when he had these dumb fucking risks? I don't want to give them an ounce of my life. I don't want to focus on them. So that sounds like a benefit, right? To not talk about your trolls. You know, the the mouth droolers you don't want to address and give them and waste time on them. So why is he saying that as a bad thing? And like I says, I mean that too. So that which really kind of makes you think. The other times he talks about it, he does want to talk about trolls then. Was it PvP? Yeah, it was PvP, because I think he talked about with the Lex thing. He said, well, Phil, you bring up drama all the time. He's like, well, I have to, man. They bring it up, and I gotta address it. But this kind of tells you, he just wants to talk about trolls. So he wants to talk about drama all the time. Because if he didn't, then this shouldn't be a drawback, right? Correct?
I actually mean that. Like, it would mean I have to never be honest again about any of that stuff. I have to pretend like it's all white noise and doesn't exist and
I thought it is white noise. He tells us that we're all white noise. So I guess he has been lying to us ever since he said this, right? He said trolls are white noise. I don't listen to them. Fuck them. They're a waste of life. I'm not gonna address them. Was that a lie, Phil? Were you lying when you said that?
and doesn't get to me. It would just be me talking about games, game news, and all these promotions. Here's a referral code. Please click it.
Man, this is kind of funny. Because this sounds more like a positive. But he led in with all the negative aspects of being a shill, and then ends with, well, this is the positive.
Please buy this merch. Please buy this game. Here's,
But he does
it would
have
be
his own
very
merch.
different from who and what I am today and always have been. It would be
Again, he wanted to have OP seats until OP seats backed down. And he got mad at them for backing down. And they did spawn seats. He got the chair, but then they exploded in on themselves, and they self-filtered themselves. And then he was like, okay, yeah, they suck, guys. The chair sucked after all. This was a chair he was going to shill to his audience. He went from saying this chair is great on, like, OP seats. It's great, it's cool, it's interactive and fun. They explode. Yeah, the chair sucked. But then he hit us with, later on, well, if I were to be sponsored, I would want to sponsor stuff that I believe in. And now we're back to saying all sponsorships are bad. You see how clown world this fucking guy is? Who can take this guy seriously? Who?
a complete change of take.
Complete change of take.
All right?
What?
That's path number one. That's the path going to the left, I feel. Okay? Now, there is another path going to the right.
Okay.
And that path, ladies and gentlemen, is the path of drama. The path of hate. The return of the old school classic, no holds barred, no punches pulled, say whatever the fuck I want, do whatever the fuck I want, because I'm the big dog in the yard and no one's gonna fuck with me. The return of the king of hate, Darkside Phil. I shit on everything, I make fun of everything, I razz everything, and I cause drama. I talk shit, and everyone hates me, and I hate them back. So I'm constantly arguing with people. We've got arguments. We've got fights. I'm going on podcasts, and I'm fucking tearing people a new asshole, but then they're tearing me a new asshole. And we got people at each other's throats, and I'm appearing on Lolcow Live and Kino Casino, and I'm screaming at the hosts, and they're screaming back at me, and we're going crazy. And there's just drama left, right, up, and down. Darkside Phil always causing problems for everyone. He just won't keep his fucking mouth shut because he bothers everyone and he talks shit about everyone. Why can't he just shut the fuck up? But it's very entertaining.
Man, I thought he was going to say, the return of the king of hate. I thought he was going to do a smug thing. But it is so funny to me how the king of hate has, persona he had in the past, has really exploded and got over dramatic. Like, that's not what he was back then at all. It got so over exaggerated and it got so fluffed up that it mutated. Because back then, all he did was just sit on his streams and then just yell at his chat the whole time. This is why people dogged on him and made him a lolcow. because he would do there. The guy would make up, this is how you don't play. And then the dude would bring it up in his chat, like, this guy needs to get into a right coach. This guy, okay, fuck you, ban, eat shit, bitch, whatever. And it was only exclusively directed at his chat. It was never directed at anyone else. Only his chat. The only time he really tried to do that was with Alpha Omega Sin. And that was like the most ping pong ball fucking nonsense. It started off with him like shitting on him on Twitter, saying like, oh yeah, I don't rage quit Alpha Omega Sin, eat shit. And then Alpha Omega Sin was like, okay then fine, let's I'm gonna say let's fuck. Yeah, Alpha Omega Sin said, yeah, okay, Phil, let's fuck. No, he was like, okay, let's beat each other up. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you, Phil. Where do you want to do this? Whatever. He was like trying to get a fight started with Phil, and then immediately like Phil backed out. Like, oh my god, this guy's crazy. I don't want to fight him, guys. And then he did a video saying, okay, when someone else starts shit with me, I'm gonna bite back. It's time for the sleeping dragon to wake up. And then it never went to anything. But all he did back then was just rant and rage at his own audience and then make videos about losing money, basically. Like, it was really nothing about, oh, he did a video dedicated to Evil AJ. He didn't dedicate a video to Evil AJ. That react was either in a Hate Live podcast or an Ask the King. It was like in another show that was not even about him. He acted as if he made exclusive videos specifically for individuals, which he never did. It is so funny to me how this King of Hate thing has morphed into, well, back then I would make drama videos about trolls. He never did. He never did. At all. It was what he does now. It's what he does now. Yeah, he has never changed. Chuck, what do you say? What do you say about this? Oh no. Did this not work? No! Come on! Oh god, this fucked up. How did this happen? I don't know how to fix this. Oh god. Well, does this pick it? No. Maybe if I quit it and I reopen it. So let's see. Let's open it again. Okay. No. It didn't work. Oh, you won't get shut up, bitch! I probably would have to restart OBS. Well. Sorry, everyone. It just won't work. Sad day.
When he opens his mouth, and you always want to hear the next thing he's going to say because you don't know how crazy it's going to be, and you don't know who he's not afraid to piss off next. When he opens his mouth, and you always want to hear the next thing.
But yeah, it's a complete over-exaggeration with what he did in the past. It's the same shit he does now, though. Where he just has random tangents and rants about random people as it is. Like, why else do we have people mocking him for calling Lex a slut for doing squats?
Thing he's gonna say because you don't know how crazy it's gonna be, and you don't know who he's not afraid to piss off next.
Again, that never happened. But see what I mean by his smug overload? He has these dumbass faces that you just want to punch and like beat him up. But that's not what was going on. And also, he fucking lost the plot on this. He told us the King of Hate moniker was about how hate fueled him to be a better person.
I took that hit, I own it, and I become a powerful person, and I use that to push myself further and be a cool guy, whatever the fuck. That's what he said it meant. And now he's saying what it meant, that he would say something to intentionally piss people off, which is very disingenuous and fucked up, right? Because it makes him seem like that oh my god. He would sit there and act as if like other people are starting drama, but he would instigate drama then, right? So he can't be mad that over the years, because he's saying that that's how he was in the old days, where he would say shit and then he would like piss people off and all this other stuff. Then he can't be mad when people trolled him back, correct? Because he started shit, and now he's saying like, well, see, people got mad, man. They're fucked up. They're crazy. I was just doing my own thing. But now you're telling us that back then you intentionally started shit. Huh?
That's the right-hand choice.
The right-hand choice.
Okay?
Okay.
Complete polar opposite of the left-hand choice.
Left hand. T-pose.
Because I'm not playing the game. I'm ignoring, I mean, I'll still play video games, sure.
Wait, what?
But this would be
what?
of the left-hand choice. Because I'm not playing the game. I'm ignoring, I mean, I'll still play video games,
I thought you were
sure.
talking about
But this would be leaning completely and utterly into the drama. Internet blood sport. I'm coming at all these motherfuckers who've come after me for the last 10 to 15 years. I'm going to destroy every single fucking one of them. And then when I'm done with them, because it won't take long to go through these fucking schlubs who shat on me for so long.
It almost sounds like once I'm done with them, I'm coming for you. And it's like, oh, you're going after your own chat? Cool. Oh, man.
When I'm done with every one of those fucking losers and there's just a pile of broken fucking bodies at my feet, then I'm going after everyone else. No one is fucking safe from the king.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do then? What does that mean? What does that mean? Nobody is safe. What's he gonna do? He's really acting as if he would like hop on a plane and beat people up or whatever. All he do is just make a video saying this guy's a doo-doo head, and we've seen his drama videos. They're not very good, especially when he near the end of the duty arc, he literally ended it by saying, "I'm scared Duty may do something." Is Duty autistic? He didn't say autistic, but is Duty is he? Because like, I'm scared he may do something. He may, you know how they say they hyper focus and they hyper fixate. He may do something. And then he continued talking about Duty anyway. Like, what's he gonna do? What would he do? I don't know.
Now, what's hilarious about that is that everyone is going crazy right now. Everyone is going nuts in the chat, right? They are. Everyone, whoa.
But I like how he says this and he's like, I'll do this, I can't get hate, and I'll be cool. And he was like, he did that smug face and this and that. But when Rich did it, oh, what a terrible guy, man. He went from reviewing tech to doing this. Wow, how the big guy has fallen. And he can't get up. But DSP, you just hyped up doing the same thing. Again, you hear that and you're like, yeah, he doesn't want to do it. Like, it's very clear because he over exaggerated what it would be.
It's funny because the first option I mentioned, the left road, going towards gaming and butt kissing and selling out, some people were like, we would like that. We're okay with that. Now I go to the drama.
Look at this. Butt kissing and selling out, people said they loved that. I do this and people said they love that too. Wow. I kind of love that nobody sided with the middle road. They all went for one or the other. I think we need more of that. It doesn't matter. Pick either one.
Drama side, and people are like, oh my God, yes, drama. Do it, Phil. Change, rip everyone. Rah, 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 right? But you have to understand something, okay?
You understand something.
Just like the left turn goes into selling out. When you go left and you turn that direction, you have to understand something. You can't go back. Once you're a shill, you're always a shill.
but it's not all end all be all. You can always do some or whatever. He acts as if like once you become a shill, you have to like sell your house to the company, and they have to, and you have to do what they say regardless. Like if they tell you to suck dick, you're sucking dick, boy. But like, it's just a fucking option, and he can do some of it. He can do some sponsorship, some early access, whatever the fuck. And he doesn't have to go back. The only problem that it becomes is if you're going far beyond and you're intentionally lying to people, and you're found out that you're lying about something that's obviously a shitty product, then yes, nobody will trust you and nobody will come back and give a shit about you. That does make sense. But when you're playing a game early access, that doesn't necessarily mean you have to like praise it and push it. You could just play it and then just like, oh, whatever. He doesn't have this critical thought about what is going on about this. Because even if you look at, let's say that every contract is how he says it is. You cannot say anything good or negative about the game until the embargo. Let's say that that's in every contract ever. Then why not just play these games and, I don't know, interact with your audience that you claim you do all the time, correct? You could, like, there's no way that they give these streamers access to stream the game and tell them they can't talk about the game. Wouldn't that kind of defeat the point of giving them the game? And, sure, you could say that, well, they may say not to be overly negative or whatever, but they could say, if they're saying generally good things about certain aspects of the game and not saying anything negative, that's not necessarily lying to the audience. And they can see with their eyes the game, and they can say, oh, I don't like that, but that does look pretty cool. Like, again, the issue with sponsorships isn't the streamer, it's the person who's watching that needs to keep in mind what they're watching. It's not the streamer's responsibility at that point. But he could do it in many ways, but he thinks it's like one or the other. You have to go all in and be a clown, being a whore for a company, and not like, oh, I can like do whatever. There's no nuance with anything. Again, this is coming from Mr. Moderation, right? The world isn't black and white, but he acts so black and white about this.
It never changes. You will always be that shill, and you can't stop it. You will have to be that for the rest of your career.
Why?
Because no one's going to believe you after you've sold out and lied for so long. If you go to the right...
You lied about WWE Champions, Phil, for 7 years. It is so funny how this dude will sit there and be like, guys, like, I lied about WWE Champions, but you can trust me now. But when you lie about a game and you shill for it, you're tainted for life. And you'll never get trust ever again. But you lying about playing a mobile game, you can get that trust within a second. Oh, okay.
Right. And you become ultimate drama, the return of the king of hate, and I'm here to destroy the internet and fuck everyone, right?
Okay,
that also is an irreversible change. Because now, once you go down that vortex...
I love now he's calling it a vortex, when before it was clown makeup. Once you put the clown makeup, you can't wipe it off. Even though you technically can, because it's clown makeup. But he said that he said that for the longest time, but now he switched to vortex.
All right, willingly, which I have not done. I have been incredibly resistant, and I keep telling you guys I don't want to go down that vortex. I think that it would be destructive. To be quite frank, I think that would result in some of the most interesting, most entertaining content the internet has ever seen, and also be destructive. To be quite frank, I think that would result in some of the most interesting, most entertaining content the internet has ever seen, and also it would destroy people's fucking lives.
In what way? Like, how would it destroy people's lives? Again, like, the only way is if he would be willing to do some, like, very, like, personal attacks on people. I thought we were, like, you could at least like make fun of their videos and say their videos are dumb or whatever, I guess, in whatever way, but he's implying as if like he would be doxing people. That's a weird thing to say when you think about it.
Okay? I'm just being honest.
Get it?
I think it would be incredibly entertaining and incredibly toxic and destructive at the same time. I see people losing their jobs. I see people losing their
What?
livelihoods. I see people getting...
Yeah, your boss is gonna come in. Hey, Bill, I saw this Dark Side Phil guy. Dude, he said you do YouTube videos saying that DSP is a doo-doo head. I gotta fire you, and I'm gonna tell everyone in the country to never hire you, and I'm gonna see to it you get deported. I know you're an American citizen, but I don't care. We're gonna figure out where to put you, because you made fun of Philip Burnell, PP Burnell. So you're out. You're out, guys. Pack up your bags. Kiss your family. Bye bye. Don't worry, your family can stay here, but not you. You're out. You're out, Mister. You're going to Timbuktu. We're gonna send you to the South Pole. That's where we're gonna put people like you who make fun of PP Burnell.
Getting completely destroyed. Really?
Really?
All right? So, there you go.
There you
That's
go.
that direction. If I do that, that's the end of me seriously covering games. Every once in a while, maybe I'll pull a game out and play it, but it's going to be drama all day. All day, every day,
Why does it
drama,
be
drama,
every
drama.
day?
And
Why
by the
does it have
way,
to be all day?
I fully believe, truly believe, that either of those paths, which are the easy paths, would make me more popular.
I love how he says it's easy path. I think the drama would be an easy path, to a degree, sure, but the sponsorship shill part, I don't think is going to be that easy. I think he thinks it will be, but he may have an easier time, but I don't think it's gonna be as easy as he thinks it is. Secondly, oh my god, what was he thinking? Shit.
And by the way, I fully believe, truly believe, that either of those paths, which are the easy paths, would make me more popular, more...
Of course. Of course. One path, it would be using the algorithm of drama to, like, push your content to the forefront, and it's writing, like, typical drama content, right? So, of course, you're gonna get more views, get more support, get more money. The, other path is literal sponsorships. Now, I don't think you're gonna be making that much money from that, but, you know, you do make money from it. So, I think it's a safe assumption that both would give you that kind of result.
More financially successful and secure a future for my family. I firmly and utterly believe that.
Jasper can go to college if he does it, guys.
But then there's the third row. Okay?
Okay.
There's the third row.
All right, the third row.
And the third road is the hardest. And the third road
spoon.
is the most challenging and the toughest.
Oh.
All right? Because the third road is the road that no one travels.
What's he gonna do? Write a book? Go to Hollywood? Let's see. He's gonna run for president. I think he's gonna run for president. President Burnell. And he could actually be Triple P Burnell. Think about it. President Philip, what's his, Peter? Paul Burnell. P Burnell. He could say, so you guys, I'm a Triple P, if you will, Burnell, and I'm gonna be running for president.
Travels.
Make America.
It's the road. Don't sell out. But don't become a drama queen, person here.
Cool
but
again.
The third road is the road where I listen directly to my viewers, and I do my best to.
You see, but isn't that redundant? Think about it. He's asking his audience what to do. Road 1 or 2. Road 3, listen to my audience. So then they could make you do a U-turn, and then make you turn one way or the other. Right? Correct? But this is the Pignosis segment. This is all just to get them all to say, yeah, do the third. Phil, we love the third. And then if you will say, Phil, I think you should do something else. Like, you guys said you love what I'm doing now. I asked you guys, and everyone said resounding third option.
To take constructive criticism and change for the better in the future.
Was Adderall involved today?
But I'd be my own person. I don't become the shill sellout.
Hold up.
And I do my best to take constructive criticism and change for the better in the future. But I'd be my own person. I don't become...
You're not really being your own person if you're basing all your decisions on what your chat's telling you to do. And this has been a thing I've been criticizing about this fucker ever since he did the suggestion box. Is that he literally just takes the advice of his chat to, like, validate his dumb decisions.
I don't become the shill sellout. I don't become the drama queen, king of hate. But instead, I'm just me. I sit here every day and I hang out with you and we have honest, fun conversations about gaming, about news, about other stuff.
So then why... see, this is the part, again, I knew this was going to be our long video, so you're welcome, everyone. If he knew he wanted to do the third road, right? Why even go through the energy to just give us false options? Why waste our time? Why not just say, you know, I did this experiment the other day, and, you know, I was realizing I kind of like doing what I've been doing. I love doing the podcast. I love, you know, also going to a game after it. And I think that's what I want to do. You know, I was very stressed the other day, and this and blah, blah, blah. You know, that would also come off, like, honest and real and this and that. And we wouldn't have to sit there and be forced to listen to options he doesn't want to do. Like, it's ridiculous. It is such a waste of time, and it's disrespectful, honestly, to propose these options to your dumb fuck audience, to not really give them an option. Because people were telling him to do this, and he didn't take them seriously. Listen to how he responded to them saying, take option 1 and take option 2. He said this, he said, well, look at my guy, I'll understand, man. And I'm going to take the third option. So then why ask?
I do branch out from time to time and do different kinds of content, but it's not always my major focus. If new hot games come out, we can go back and enjoy them. If a chill indie game's out, we can hang out.
But that's what he does anyway. See, this is the other thing that kind of that frustrates me, is that he claims when there's no new release, see guys, I don't need the AAA games. You love indie games, guys. So yeah, man, yeah, this is great. This is fun. But then when the AAA release comes around, guys, I can't play indie games right now. We gotta do the AAA release, man. We gotta do the new release. This is the same fallacy he has done for years, where he's like, guys, I'm doing too many games. I gotta reduce the workload. And then he goes back and complains about playing too many games. He's gotta play all the AAA releases because that's what he's known for. Like, it's such nonsense. And it's such a waste of time. It's the same song and dance. How many times do we have to hear this before we realize maybe he should do something radical? Do something different. Like he tried that with the politics channel. And I can say maybe an ounce of like credit for that. But it wasn't enough. It was not a good venture. It didn't work. It wasn't his scene. But he has no personality to find something else to do, right? Why not find something else to do? Why does that have to be like a podcast? Why not like do something that you're not comfortable doing? Maybe do an art stream. But whatever.
Hang out and like it. But we can also adjust and pivot on the fly. I'm not going to be the king of hate or the king of anything. I'm not going to be the shill king where I make a ton of money. But I'm still going to be me. And I won't lose myself. And I won't have to change and take the easy way out like everyone else has. All right? But there is a caveat to all of it.
Hold up. You know what? I'm sorry. This is bothering the fuck out of me. I'm going to try to re-add the source. maybe that's what's gonna. Maybe that would work. Let's see. Well, I wanna. It should be an audio source, right? Yeah. I think it's gonna be Mac audio capture. Let's say sound 2. Application. And let's put that away.
I want you to speak the truth.
That's what I need to do. I need to re-add it. Okay. Thank God. I fixed it, guys. You're welcome. You're welcome, everyone. All right. Let's get back to this.
All right? And here's the caveat. Here's the kicker. Here's the catch. Here's the trick. Here's the thing.
Here's the trick.
That so many people seem to have issue with when I take that third road. All right? The road far less traveled. I have to do things differently. And because I'm doing it differently.
Oh, so the caveat, the thing that people don't like and they has to do differently is he has to hype up getting money. But again, why can't he find a happy medium between the sponsorship path and the third path? Like, can't he find a happy medium? Again, there are sponsorships that are not as intrusive as he thinks they are. ALT showed just in long stream, and all he had was like a shirt that said like G Fuel or whatever the fuck he had, and that was it. And then the whole game was on the screen. Like, you know? But again, he made his bed, and he has to sleep in it now, because if he does that, he's gonna deal with trolls saying, "Wow, Phil, I thought you would never sell out, man. Look at you now. You're selling out." Then he's gonna say, "Well, you told me to do it." Wrong, idiot. No one said he should. People just said that he should for the sake of his audience, but that doesn't mean that he's absolved of the criticism of selling himself out, right? Because again, we make grand statements like, "I will never ever do this. I'd rather die." And then you do the thing, you're gonna look like a clown. It's the sitcom joke of, "Oh, you want me to wear that sweater? I'll never, ever wear that sweater ever again." Next scene, he's wearing the sweater. That's DSP in a nutshell.
Differently, and I don't have sponsor money and I don't have drama money. I have to ask my viewers for money. Because I'm asking you daily if you like the third road, the road that's the hardest out of all of them, where I'm not going to get big corporations backing me and a bunch of people.
Let's look at the experiment he did, and he says that we gotta take the third road and this and that, right? Look how much that he's so terrified of not doing the podcast now because he didn't hit the goal. Like, look how not stable that is. So he'd rather be at the mercy of people watching certain content and he can't do other content than say, "Guys, I can't do this because you guys didn't support me doing that." But you see the problem? Okay.
People who like internet blood sports throwing their money at me, I'm going to need those who want that different kind of content to actually come and support it. And I'm going to be asking you every day. And I'm going to be asking you...
I'm going to be asking you every day.
Jasper, are you okay?
Oh my God.
You all right?
Dude,
he jumped in the window and he slipped. And he fell out of the window. You all right?
Yeah,
and then he got caught up in the curtains.
Okay, I'm going to tell you a funny Tiago story. It's not like super funny, but... So there's like a little like cabinet with like the entertainment center that my brother has. It's not that high up, it's like kind of low to the ground, whatever. Tiago was sitting there. I'm like, okay, Tiago's just vibing, whatever. But I see him kind of lean his head over, and he's like looking down, I'm like, what's he looking at? And he keeps leaning forward to the point he then falls. And then he gets up and he ran upstairs. But I was just like, Tiago, come on. But I mean, I was just lucky I'm doing it. And I was like, Sure, man. Whatever you say, Tiago. And then he did that. It was kind of funny. Then he ran up. Cute cat. Love Tiago. He's a cute cat. Cool cat. The coolest cat.
Poor guy. Okay, let's continue.
Poor guy. Anyway,
because this is the road less traveled, because this is the one that no one does, right? Everyone makes bank one way or the other. And everyone wants me to go one way or the other. I keep getting told, go this way or go that way. Go this way or go that way. But what about my way? And what's wrong with my way? All right, honestly.
Because you're asking people to carry you through life, to pay your responsibilities. And then you harp on it when you don't hit the goal. Again, he did a whole stream without the podcast, and he got $80, and that wasn't enough for Phil. And he said that we didn't hit the goal, and this tells me I need to do the podcast more. And this and that. He used that to double down on doing this dumb fuck podcast and ignore any suggestion that said, hey, maybe you should shrink the podcast. Maybe it doesn't need to be 2 hours long. Maybe we can have some interaction during the gameplay.
What's wrong with my way? Because the major complaint everyone says is you just ask too much.
You do.
Well, when I ask...
He literally said this after he said that $80 was not good enough for him. Okay.
I receive. When I say, let's get hype for an event, let's get hype for this and that, people actually support it because they like it. If they didn't like it, why would they support it? When people say...
if people don't like Lex and she's doing something, why would they support it? What if they like the content, right? Correct?
Things like, oh, your reward is you're going to eat fast food. How is that a reward? Well, why don't you ask the people who supported to get it? Because obviously they saw it as such.
What if they saw that Lex doing squats is a reward, and they saw it as such, and they're happy with it, and you don't mind? Like, you see how we could play this game, and it doesn't really go anywhere or matter, because DSP is a little bitch, and he's a little baby. He's a little baby who wants to cry and act special.
They not? Did we not just do an entire day of me playing a series?
Again, just because it's supported, like, you know, it is so funny. This dude says this, like, well, if no one likes the DSP tries it, then why is it so supported? Didn't this guy complain about people supporting Nintendo when he doesn't like their practices? Oh, they made a Switch OLED, and that's not the Switch Plus. So, like, why would people support that? That's terrible. But what if they thought that was a good enough upgrade for them? What if they liked it? Why don't you ask the people who bought the game? No, they're rabid fanboys. They buy stuff and they don't give a fuck, right? Like, it's so funny to me how you can look at all of the things that piss them off, and it's projection, pure projection.
Series of games that I never would have played on my own, but because you guys asked for it, I did.
And now we've these games before, and it's so fascinating to me that he kind of announced when he played it he didn't give it a fair chance when he played it back then, even though he claimed back then he gave it a fair chance, saying basically he went in wanting to hate on it because it was popular. I said this in the last video. Give Blade 5 games and a big audience, and eventually DSP will decide that it was actually a good game, and he'll say he didn't give it a fair chance, which everyone knew he didn't.
Now we've got an awesome outcome where now I might actually play these games in the future and check them out because I understand them better. So how is that not a good outcome from me asking for contributions to get there?
But think about it, though. Think about it this way as well. He got a lot of money to do this marathon. So you could argue he intentionally wanted to praise the games and be in a good mood about the games so that the people who rewarded the marathon would not feel slighted. Oh, wow, he's sitting on the game and I gave him this much money? Because he kind of has that kind of history, too.
And another question that I have to pose, okay?
Right,
me sitting here on a stream all day saying, let's hit the goal, let's get some super chats, let's get some subs, right? Who is that hurting exactly?
Who is Lex hurting by doing squats on camera? Why was she a slut to do squats on camera? Why? Who's getting hurt by bikini streamers streaming in a hot tub? Who's getting hurt? Nobody's getting hurt, right? So then why get bent out of shape over how other people make money on their stream? See, this is another clown nonsense from him. He's not hurting anyone, so you can't be mad at him. But he will criticize and complain about how other people make money on the internet. But not all of them are hurting people. And it's... So, like... You can't really say that.
Was I running a large-scale crypto scam where I lied to my viewers about their investments, making them rich, and then I just pulled the rug out from under them and...
He brings up Hawk 2. I love that he doesn't want to name Hawk 2 in this. And that is a very, like... It's a weird story, because that happened, and then she vanished, and then I think she might have come back at some point, but, you know, her career is done, basically. I don't know. I don't know what happened with Hawk 2. It's very weird. But it's crypto shit. I mean, that tends to happen. There's scams everywhere, man. It's not just crypto.
them and pocketed all their money? Did it ruin any of their lives?
Well, I mean, if we're doing that, we could also argue that you did pocket money for Project 7, and it didn't go into that, and it didn't put anything out. You didn't even put out a trailer for it, by the way. And then your reward for not doing anything was to only discount the following goal instead of just doing the next goal for free, right? You know, I think that would have been a better outcome than, okay, I'll just half the goal. So you pretty much took half. You pretty much gave half of the money back, technically. But then it says, well, no one wanted a refund. You didn't even ask for a refund, and Patreon can offer refunds.
Right? Did I run an entire giant corporation based on giving your children unhealthy candy and Lunchable knockoff meals that actually are going to make them, like, sick and not healthy?
This is completely different, and again, like, these Lunchlies things, it's, you know, there's a whole company behind it, and I think it's fair to criticize the people behind it. I'm not gonna sit there and say, well, you know, they didn't know. They should know, because it's their product, and they should kind of give a fuck if their product isn't healthy for kids or good for them. So I'm not gonna necessarily sweep for them at all in this, but he's just saying stuff, like, he's just saying things he knows that are bad that happened. It's very easy to do that, you know?
But because I'm some big guy who's like the Pied Piper to children on the internet, it's all okay. So I ruin an entire...
Nobody is saying, and the other thing is, nobody is saying that DSP is bad or the worst one of them all. Like, even if you go to the August video. Like, let's just look.
Alright.
Well, let's just look at the video, right? Mocking donators. The world's greediest streamer got worse. That is all the title said. It's just an opinion. That doesn't mean he's the worst. It's saying got worse, which could be subjective to what DSP was before and after. He also talks about all these other content creators that have some kind of controversy one way or the other or whatever, but they're not saying that he's the worst. That's not what it's saying. It's not true. It's just not true.
Entire generation of kids who watch garbage on the internet. Did I do that? Did I fake cancer for money?
When people told him that Boogie faked cancer, he literally said it wasn't a big deal. He said, well, there's other people online that fake stuff all the time, so, like, you know, it is what it is. That was basically his attitude. It is what it is. Other people have done it. That was his attitude. And he wanted him on his podcast anyway. So he doesn't truly care. And he doesn't care. Look at Keemstar. Again, I'm going to keep bringing this up because DSP made it a point to bring up how Keemstar made money off of Etika's suicide. And Keemstar contributed to his suicide, blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, well, Keem's a cool guy. But you talked about something that's very serious. If you don't believe that Keem, like, contributed, that's fine. You know, people can have consistent beliefs on that. But him to go from from clenching his little pearls about it to then saying Keem's a cool guy really shows how little ethics this guy has. And he's not consistent. One day he'll say he's against something, the next day he'll suck its dick.
Did I do any of these horrible, horrendous things that other content creators who are big and prominent?
And this is also childish to deflect it to other people. We're not talking about the other content creators. We're talking about you, Phil. We're talking about you. We're not talking about other people.
Just get off doing every day and never get held.
Like you go to trial for murder and you say, guys, there's worse people out there. There's people who murdered more people than I did. So I don't know why you want to throw the book at me, guys. I come on. Sound good?
Accountable for? No. What I said was, let's eat some fucking pizza. Send me some money so next week we can order pizza, which you will help me to order, and we'll have a fun pizza party together.
You will help me.
And then we did it.
And you will
And then it was fun. So what's wrong with that? We've got actual creators on the internet making documentaries about me saying I'm the greediest creator.
He didn't say he's the greediest. He said, "Oh, my bad. I'm dumb. I'm felted." It says the world's greediest streamer. I mean, maybe that is an exaggeration. But who cares, right? And honestly, in the grand scheme of things, being greedy isn't necessarily the worst thing you can be, correct?
Are you fucking kidding me? Have you ever watched anyone else, you pathetic fuck?
It's funny that these channels get them with these like lame brain words, and you know he could be mad about being called greedy, but the one I think is kind of funny is that Turkey Tom said he was 10 years of failure, and that he kept talking about that for months. So this could be a potential Turkey Tom 2.0, where he'll keep talking about, they say I'm the greediest streamer. I'm not greedy, bitch. Maybe say that I am. Oh man, I can't think of what he would say to replace it. I asked for too much money. I don't know. So it would be something stupid anyway.
Fucking schlub. You are so lame because you take the low-hanging fruit, the easy target that everyone's already targeted, to make a worthless fucking video that rehashes the same shit and just ignores the fact that there are people 47 times worse than me who actively hurt people on a fucking daily basis.
Again, he's not the only video on the channel. He has talked about other people, and again, just because we talk about DSP doesn't mean that there's no other people that are worse than him. Like, it's kind of childish to assume that's the correlation, right?
To get ahead. But somehow I'm the greediest person on the internet. Get fucked, you.
Well, what do you call someone that says that $80 isn't good enough? He got $80 on a streaming day that he didn't do the podcast, and he said that's not good enough. He didn't hit the goal, so that's why we gotta do the podcast. We can't maybe reduce the amount of podcasts. I mean, technically, like what he should try to experiment with is maybe do the podcast once a week, and every other day he just streams games. Why not try that? Because why do we need a daily podcast? Like, no one does daily podcasts but DSP. Why not experiment maybe doing like once a week, twice a week, whatever, but we do it daily. But we can't do that because we need the money, right? $80 in a day, and for one stream, $80, that's alright, but that's not good enough. I want the goal to be hit. Even though I said that this goal can be hit whenever and we can celebrate it whenever. Let's not, fuck that. We need to hit it as fast as possible.
You disingenuous fucking loser who has no idea how to actually make a documentary. What a fucking loser schlub to pull my name out of the hat and say I'm the greedy guy. You're nuts.
You're nuts. But you don't want to like do less podcasts because you want to make as much money as possible. Everything's about money with you, though.
The third path is different. The third path means I need your support every day. And it means
No
that every
one
day I'm going to
is
ask
picking
for it.
3.
And it means every
Nobody.
day I'm going to hopefully.
It's nobody. Even people who are like in that love him are not picking the third path. None of them. None of them. Not even the YouTube chat. People are going his fans, I think his fans are going with number 1. LARPers 2, obviously. People in between 2, whatever. No one is saying 3. And the closest that you see it, people wanting 3 are probably people who are like, well, I think you should do something more reasonable than all or nothing, right?
Fully get it. And I will be disappointed if I don't. Okay? But it's going to be tough.
Look what Jade said. Phil, we watched you all years. We don't care, King. Or drama, please. Never give up right. Like, it's kind of clear that like Jade is fine as long as it's not drama because he doesn't like drama. But being getting sponsorships isn't necessarily a bad thing. It would be a bad thing in the sense that he's gonna have to answer to all these people saying you said you'd rather die than get sponsorships. He didn't say that literally, but you know what I mean.
It's not going to be easy because it's not get paid to kiss butt and get paid to basically hurt people. Instead, it's get paid to be me and ask for the payment because it's willing. Because I'm giving you the content for free.
Like a homeless guy saying,
and then
I don't need a
hopefully
job.
you guys will help to keep it coming by supporting me moving forward. It's different. It's definitely a different model. And at least people, oh, these fucking, you're an e-beggar, listen.
Yeah.
You tell me, what's the better path? The sellout, the bully, or the person who says, let's get positive and please send me some support so we can.
But again, being the sellout isn't necessarily bad. You know, people can say whatever. I mean, I'm still a Mega 64 fan, obviously. And they have probably sold out because, you know, they do all these commercials for video game companies and all this other stuff. But I still enjoy their content. I still enjoy their videos. That doesn't, I mean, I don't think that they have changed negatively. I mean, you know, people can feel however they want about it, but you know, the reason why I like them is still there for me. Just because they sold it doesn't mean that they changed. I mean, some people can say that they have, and that's their opinion. But it's all different. It's subjective. But this guy acts as if doing sponsorships means completely being a tool. You don't need to be a tool to have a sponsorship.
So we can do some fun stuff together. What's worse? Nothing's perfect. I'll be honest, I don't think any 3 of those choices is perfect. I don't. And to be honest with all of you, okay, I don't think that
it's not perfect just to deflect any criticism saying that 3 is bad, because you could say, well, I agree, man, but it's the most sensical. But like, if none of them are good, then why not find another path? Why not make a creative decision for once in your fucking life?
It's my right to sit here and say that any of those paths are absolutely incorrect. I may morally disagree with some of those paths. All right? I might. But that doesn't mean that they're wrong.
I don't know if I might, buddy.
That doesn't mean that they're right. It just means that they're different. Okay? I think too many people on this planet think that the world is black.
Okay, remember this next time he bitches about fucking content creators getting early copies, by the way. Because he's saying like, it's not that it's right. I mean, it's very different. Because he's gonna fucking go off. I guarantee it.
White. So either that was the right path or it was the wrong path. That's not true.
It's not black and white.
Everyone can live to coexist and do their own thing.
But you're designing these paths to not be enticing to anyone, to force them to pick the third choice. It is literally the illusion of choice that's going on. When in reality, when he, like, the most reasonable one that he could do realistically would be the mix of the third path and the shill path. Because he doesn't have to, like, sell his soul to shill. He doesn't have to be a fucking dick sucker to be a shill. He could just sit there and just be like, yeah, guys, G Fuel, you know, if you could buy it on this site, it would save me 10 DSP, and you too can get G Fuel. Alright, now let's play some Like a Dragon metaphor.
And not have to fuck with others and not have to destroy the things of others. You know what I'm saying? I've learned this a lot over the last 10 years. That it's more about live and let live. I mean, I
And
had
he
a
actually,
lot of
like,
issues with
he
Keem.
can't talk about trolls if he got sponsorships. That's not true because sponsorships don't care. The only way that he get canceled out of a sponsorship is if he says problematic things, which could be seen as like him saying slut and shit like that. But if he sits there and says this guy is harassing me or making a video that is defaming me, that's not gonna get him kicked out of a sponsor. So it's ridiculous. A sponsorship doesn't care about that. It cares more about like you as a person. Like that's why you had that sponsorship feud between H3 and Keemstar, because they were mostly talking about like the body of what they're saying and their behavior, not like he said that I'm stupid. It was more about like more. It was more like intense than that. But DSP making a video saying that the trolls are lying isn't gonna get him kicked out of G Fuel. If he made a video saying sexist, awful, problematic things, that's another thing. But he doesn't say that anyway. Correct?
Keemstar and the
Get
kind
it?
of content that he puts out.
Oh,
I did.
Let's listen to this.
I've learned this a lot over the last
This
10
is
years.
what I was saying earlier.
That it's more about live and let live. I mean, I had a lot of issues with Keemstar and the kind of content that he puts
Live
out.
and
I
let
did.
live.
I really strongly disagreed with it and thought that it was wrong. And I sat here and I crapped on him because I was jealous of his success and I didn't.
So he was jealous. So he virtue signaled and clenched his pearls all over Keemstar's content to then say, well, I was jealous, so of course I was shitting on it. So all that shit you didn't mean. This is why people this is the issue with people who virtue signal. This right here, because he doesn't stand up for what he believes in. He only says stuff because he can't benefit from it. He joined the hate wagon against Keem because he was jealous. He didn't join it because he believed in what he was saying. He didn't believe in that he thinks it's wrong that Keemstar made videos that could have contributed to Etika's suicide or anything. He didn't believe in what he was saying back then. Instead, he was saying that out of jealousy. That is so cool, DSP. You're such a cool guy. Wow. I know that when you stand by something, that you're not going to just run away if it doesn't benefit you anymore, correct?
Didn't like that he was getting over with the kind of bullying, lolcow kind of content that he was making. Okay? And then we sat down and we had a conversation together.
Lolcow content he was making, but he wasn't doing Lolcow live as he was shitting on them. And he kept saying that it was dangerous what he's doing. He's trying to get Boogie and Wings to box. He was concerned trolling that. He was doing all of it, and it was all out of jealousy. Like, no principles. No principles. And this guy's like, I am a man of morals. I guarantee you, the only reason why he's against sponsorships and shilling and early access is because he can't get it easily. If it was accessible for people like DSP who are lazy, he'd do it in a heartbeat. If he could get every AAA game for free, he'd do it. But he gets all these other opportunities for indie games, that's not good enough. Fuck that.
Very man-to-man, very respectfully. And now I think my eyes have been opened and I realized I really don't think it's my right to criticize that content if everyone who's involved in it is willingly involved in it. It's different if...
But this is like kind of dumb though. And it's not... Oh my god, I don't know. It's just a dumb statement because... Just because people agree to being part of a video or whatever, it doesn't mean that the video is innately good or above criticism. I can still say it's a shitty video and people involved should be ashamed of themselves or it makes for a bad product. The product they made is this and that. Like, I can have these statements. Just because they all want to be there doesn't mean it's good.
If someone's forced into it, coerced into it, there's a difference.
How does he know that these people are not coerced? He insinuated that they are. I mean, you can argue that they were coerced in it. They didn't have a good career before Keemstar offered the Lolcow Live, and they're forced to do these stunts so that they can make money safely and be protected by trolls in meaningful ways, whatever the fuck. Like, is that being coerced or not? I mean, you could argue either way. You could make an argument about it. But it's beside the point at the end of the day, honestly.
But everyone who's on those shows is willingly on them. They're actively engaged in it. They're making
But
bank.
with this logic, then what? Then how can you say that the lunch thing is such a bad thing if people willingly worked on it and made it, and people willingly bought it and ate it and all this stuff, right? We can take this logic to its conclusion and see where it takes us.
And doing it, and it's their right to. It's not my place to sit here and crap on that way. You know, on the flip side of that, the sellout stuff, I know I rag on those people all the time. I know I do. 100%.
But why?
I don't like sellouts. I don't like you turn on someone's stream and you've got referral code here, ad over here, click here to buy merch, click here to do this. Where's the content? You're literally a living billboard at that point, and a lot of people have done that. Okay? They've become sponsor-centric.
Think about it. That whole thing is advertising anything he's playing. DSP Gaming, that's that channel you're on right now, right?
Streamers. I don't like that. At the same time, is it really my place to be crapping on that? Maybe I should have been a lot more respectful when it came to, what is it, Woody's Gamer Tag and that show that they run, which I don't remember what it's called anymore. Isn't it? Oh, Painkiller or whatever it is, where I shat all over them and I said, man, that's fucked up. Look, their show's terrible. I mean, yeah, that was kind of me making fun of them, lampooning them. But at the same time, if they're making a living doing it, and they're not hurting anyone.
I thought he was making fun of them because they were being mean to Wings, right? But now he's just doing it out of jealousy, of course.
Then I don't know why I'm shitting on them, except of course jealousy, because I'm jealous that they're successful.
I love that he had the things like, well, I don't know why I'm shitting on them. Maybe it's because of jealousy. So you don't even know what you're doing. This sounds really unique. Very unique people act and they don't know what they did. You know what I'm saying?
While here I am over here, the whipping boy of the internet, and I'm, scraping to get by and shit like that, right? So again, it's just jealous. It's the same thing.
I love the insinuation. I am scraping by. I'm working hard, being honest. These people are sellouts and they're advertising. So why am I crapping on that? Like it's kind of demonizing what they're doing. It's a backhanded compliment, of course.
Had it with Keemstar, right? So there's really nothing wrong with any of the paths, all right? But I want you to understand why I've tried to do things different, why I feel like my path can work, but it requires people to actually have some independent thought, to not listen to fucking morons who are constantly just crapping on stuff, using it for personal gain. Phil's the worst guy on the internet. Dude, there is no one who can legitimately look at me and my content and say that I am the worst guy on the internet, period. It's just not possible. So anyone who has is a disingenuous liar who has no content and relies on trying to make fun of memes on the internet to make content. I want you to think about that. I sit here and I grind every day to put out content for you, whether it's
I thought he was against the grind. He mocked people for calling streaming a grind. And now he's like using it all about no. It's so funny. He heard this word, I think, from Button Check, and now that entered the pig. Oh my god, I was trying to make a word of like vocabulary with pig, but it entered his book of words.
It's gaming news, a podcast, just hanging out and having conversation, playing a game, doing other things outside the box, whatever it is. It's definitely content. Man. All right? I don't just make my content talking about other people's content. I make original content.
You're talking about other content now.
That's way harder.
Oh, man.
Because if you don't make your original content, you just suck on everyone else. You're a fucking parasite. I don't need anyone else to exist. I exist in the center of this weird universe, and this parasite vortex exists around me. If I turn off my camera and never broadcast again, 1,000 people have nothing to do tomorrow.
This is like the most Christian thing he's ever done. Well,
every one of them can get fucked.
Get fucked.
None of what you say matters. None of your criticism is valid.
Nothing we say matter. But you made your whole point around whatever.
You're a bunch of fucking loser lowlifes, and you don't mean anything to me. What does mean something to me are the people who are here day in, day out, hanging out with me
Again,
on
none of them
stream,
picked option 3, by the
supporting
way.
me in moral ways and financial ways to allow me to do what I love. Those are the people who are going to support me, or they're the reason that I'm still here. After 17 years and so many other people who become irrelevant, or they quit and they ran away and tapped out.
Look at this negativity that he's mocking people who stopped making content or whatever, or they ran away. What if they had a life, DSP? What if they couldn't do what they wanted to do because of life? And he's mocking that, but at least they went out doing what they loved. And what if it was reciprocal? What if they wanted to stop making content, right? Whatever.
I'm still fucking here. There's a reason for that.
Yeah,
and
nowhere else
yes,
to
it's
go.
a lot of my determination, but at the same time, it's a lot of you and your determination.
Okay, what would DSP like? DSP told us he can't afford to stop streaming. He has to keep streaming to make a living. So him saying this is meaningless. It's like me bragging about breathing every day. Guys, I got out of bed. Guys, I drank some water. Wow. Alright, cool, I'm gonna keep drinking water. It's like, oh, okay, man, you don't need to brag about that.
And you're putting up with the bullshit and sticking with it and supporting me through all these times with everything. It's amazing. All right, it is. So thank you for that. But this is the path that I have. The sellout, the drama king of hate return, or my path, which I've been doing, but understanding that we're just not going to put up with this bullshit from these fucking losers anymore. And yes, I am going to make money. I am going to ask for contributions.
I'm gonna make money.
And you're going to like it.
I'm gonna beg and you're gonna like it. Man, why be so confrontational to your fans, right? He's talking to his fans right now, and he's like, hey, I'm gonna beg and you're gonna like it.
I'm successful and you're not. Because success doesn't mean you steal success from someone else.
Again, it's this kind of shit I wish his chat called his bluff and stopped giving him money. And only supported as much as they're willing to support. Like, if you're not willing to give him, like, the gold money, then don't give him the gold money. If you want to give him $1, give him $1. See what happens. See what happens.
Else, it means you make it for yourself, which is what I have always done, and you could never do because you don't have talent. Get it?
Get it?
Anyone who relies on me to make their
I love. Relies on me, points at the mug. What? That's not you, Phil. You're not the mug. You're not the mug, man.
Content has no talent.
Me?
Sorry, it's just true.
Yeah, take a sip, you piece of shit. It's just truth. It's not true. Yeah, fill up the mug. This is very, very, very cool. Answered a tiny mug too, but whatever. Hello, no one's making level 3, but a lot of people
wants to argue with that.
Really inflating.
Why don't you make some content for your own and show me how fucking successful it does? Like some of these no-loads who actually did try. Oh, I'm going to play games like Phil does. Oh, I'm going to do a stream like he does. Oh, I'm going to do this. And then you fail, you fail, you fail.
But the people who are criticizing it, like, this is the same conundrum of, like, why do you think this movie is bad? Did you make a movie? Are you a film director? Oh, you're not? So what do you know about a good movie? Like, has DSP made a video game? You know, DSP keeps saying that these games suck and he knows how to make a good game. Why doesn't he make a video game? He should make a video game and show us how good a game can be, right? Have it be functional day one. But no, he can't do that. He's a little bitch, right? But if I make fun of DSP, I have to be a professional, amazing, world-renowned streamer. Then I could say DSP sucks at streaming. But since I'm not, I'm just an average guy, my opinion means nothing. But he can criticize about video games sucking, and he has not made a single video game in his life. Okay.
Fail, you fail. Why doesn't July the Cuck make a fucking piece of content for himself that's not making fun or deriding or trying to bring...
He thinks it's an own till I get his name wrong, but it would have just been better to say August the Cuck than July the Cuck. But whatever.
Down someone else and see how it does. Because it ain't gonna fucking work. Get it?
He makes other videos though.
The talent are the ones who have the parasite sucking on them at all times.
But again, how come like June can make a documentary about DSP, Buggy, Wings, blah blah blah, but August the Duck can't make the same drama videos? June the King has the prestige. I guess he's a little bit more prestigious in his videos, right?
Anyway.
Wait, what?
The talent are the ones who have the parasite sucking on them at all times.
Oh.
Anyway, at this point, I think it's time to do some shout outs, and then it's time to actually get into some real content, because this has been a very dramatic.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I'm pretty sure this is gonna be a 4-hour video. Since I made one video, I'm gonna combine this video with the other one. It's probably gonna be long. This is 3 hours long, so I will watch the rest of this. This was a very long video, and if you guys are gonna be mad at me for it, it's not my fault. I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct. And if you have a problem with that, you should make your own video and criticize Phil on your own, okay? Because I'm trying my best. I'm a hard-working Greek, and you're telling me what I'm doing is fucked up and long and boring? Well, do you have this? You don't. Yeah, this is music. Now this is what I call music. Let's see if I can play everyone's favorite song, "Another Brick in the Wall." Just another brick in the wall. That's how it goes, right? I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. I'm pretty confident that's how that song goes. Hey, teacher, leave them kids alone. All in all, it's just another brick in the wall. That's how it goes. I'm sure that's the beat. Don't tell me that's not the beat. You're wrong. I'm right. You're wrong. I'm smart. You're dumb. Name the movie. Okay. Enough of this video. This is going way too long for no fucking reason. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.